All right. You ready to roll, Jason?
I think we're ready to go.
All right. Well, I want to open the meeting, call it to order. I'd like to start with the introduction of commissioners and staff, starting on my far left.
Troy Spore Oakley.
Lauren Quayle Sill Hutchinson.
Delia Lister, Pittsburgh.
Emmerich Cross, Kansas City.
And I think we have Warren, are
Yeah.
you there?
Yeah, Warren Gefeller, Russell.
And is anybody else online?
Sheila Camus, Commission Support.
Oh, there you are. Thank you, Sheila.
Thank you.
All right, I guess Phil isn't here, so. All right. Let's go ahead and start again with Troy. Or did you give your,
Yes.
okay, I'm Gerald Lauber from Topeka.
Oh, we're doing it again? Delia?
Oh, yeah, I'm thinking ahead here. You wake up, yeah, I know. All right. Before we, well, do we have any additions or deletions to the agenda items? Is there anything, Sheila? Okay, hearing none, I'd like a motion that we approve the minutes of June 22nd.
I so move.
Commissioner Sill, second.
Any discussion? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, I'm going to do something a little bit different today. We have a tremendous crowd. Good to see everybody. I have a general idea what the interest has brought people out. And to start with, I would like to have Secretary Lovelace say a few words to sort of preface this meeting, and then we'll go back into the public hearing.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. There has been much discussion as a result of the 2-hour session we had on supplemental feeding in June. And despite our efforts, there is plenty of miscommunication going on around the topic. We will continue to update our information and show it clearly on our website and seek public input. So a few important points. First, we will continue to update our website. So that's always going to be the best source for the most current information on any topics having to do with the agency, certainly having to do with baiting, supplemental feeding, that whole discussion. You can find the best information on our website. Secondly, we do not have a recommendation from the agency to the commission on supplemental feeding or baiting. The commission has no plans that anybody's aware of to have a vote on this. Typically, the process is we have a recommendation from staff. It goes to the commission and we start a series of public meetings during commission time on a topic, and it goes at least 3 times before a vote ever occurs. So the idea of something happened fast is not the way we work. We never have and we never will. There'll always be ample time published ahead of the meetings about a topic such as this. Multiple times it'll come up and there'll be opportunity for a public discussion as well as discussion with staff and the commission before a vote would ever come. But importantly, there's no recommendation from staff. There's no plan by the commission to have a vote on this. What we do have is a series of public meetings, and that's what we promised from the beginning, that we intended to have public meetings. We will have those set up. The first one, in case you want to write it down, is September 21st. It'll be in Manhattan. And the specific details on that meeting, the location and the time will come out on our website. But September 21st in Manhattan will be the first of a series of public meetings, just chances to share information. That's really what we're trying to do, share our best information based on the science that we have, and then listen to the public about their thoughts and their experiences around this. I will tell you, when the public calls, and we've gotten plenty of calls on this, and ask our staff for a recommendation on feeding, we do caution them about the risks based on the science that we have to deer and other wildlife on putting out piles of bait, right? There's clear evidence about that, good science, and it's our obligation to pass that on to inform people about what that is. We encourage public landowners to put in food plots, and I know a lot of you do, put in food plots and continue that and other habitat improvements to really benefit wildlife in general, deer in specific. So, Mr. Chair, thanks for the opportunity to share some of that information. That concludes my comments.
I just might add additionally that we have 7 meetings a year. It takes a year to get through 7 meetings. If something gets recommended by staff, the first thing we do at the first time it comes up at a meeting formally is a general discussion item. And at that point in time, if it doesn't receive just a terrible thumbs down, then we have a workshop session. And you're usually 2 workshop sessions. So far in that process, you've had 3 meetings that before we ever take a vote. We're not elected, we're appointed officials, and the state wisely doesn't let us make regulation easily. We have to have lots of public input. We have to have lots of discussion. So somehow this ended up being, I got several emails that left the impression that something was going to be voted on today. And we tried through the website to indicate what we were doing. But yes, we did have that 2-hour discussion. And yes, it was of some value. But we're a long way off from doing anything on this. So having said all that, before we get to the public comment, I want to go through the public hearing. And so the first item for the public hearing will be Matt Peak. And he's going to talk about the antelope seasons.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, the first thing here is KR 115.25.7 antelope open season bag limit and permits. There are 3 changes to this regulation. The first one is that it establishes durable season dates so that we don't have to come back every year and have year-specific regulations that need updated. And so, but the seasons themselves, the dates remain standard, so I won't go through and read those individual dates. I'll just say that it was a sort of a technicality in the way that the regulation reads is what that change was. The second change is that we're proposing eliminating the late part of the archery pronghorn season, and that is the part that typically occurs in the second half of October. And the reason we're making that recommendation is that we've had poor production from pronghorn out west for several years in a row, most likely related to the drought that's going on out there. And so over the last 5 years, we've reduced firearm and muzzleloader permits by approximately 30%, but the unlimited archery permits have remained unchanged. And so this is a way to let the archery hunters share a little bit of the opportunity lost to the other hunt types. And so that's where this regulation or this recommendation come from. In the previous years, approximately 8% of the total archery harvest has come from that October season. And I would also say that 90% of the archery hunters hunt during the early season that we're maintaining, and only 20% of archery pronghorn hunters hunt during this late season that we're getting rid of. And so we're still maintaining the time period that's most important for the archery hunters and where most of their 92% over time of their harvest occurs. And then the third adjustment to this regulation from previous years is that we've proposed minor decreases in so the permit allocations are also made within this regulation. We've proposed minor decreases in unit 2 muzzleloader permits from 24 down to 22, and then in unit 17 firearm permits from 32 down to 30. So just a decline of 4 total permits there. Otherwise, allocations in unit 18 and the others remain the same. So with that, I'll turn this back over to you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we've reviewed this quite a bit. One of the things that it was either you or Levi referred to it as bracket or as preference point creep. And so at this point, I'd like a motion that we approve this regulation.
Commissioner Sill, I so move.
Commissioner Lister, second.
Okay, is there any discussion? Is there any discussion from the public? Hearing none. Sheila, can you call the question from there?
Yes. Commissioner Cross,
Yes.
Commissioner Escarino is not present, correct?
Right.
Commissioner Gefeller,
Yes.
Commissioner Lister,
Yes.
Commissioner Sill,
Yes.
Commissioner Sporer,
Yes.
Commissioner Lauber.
Yes.
Did I miss somebody? Okay. 6-0.
All right. The next item up is Matt's again. This is elk open season bag limited and permit.
Yep, KR 115-25-8. The only change here is again the change to durable language for the season dates again, so we don't have to come back every year. And all the seasons recommended here are standard relative to previous years. So effectively, this is no change to season dates. And then this regulation also establishes permit allocations on the Fort Riley limited draw permits. And again, we're proposing 12 any elk and 18 antlerless only permits, which is what the same number that we have allocated in recent years. So no change there either. So with that, Mr. Chairman, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions for Matt? From the commission, from the public? Any discussion at all? Hearing none. Sheila, will you call the question?
We need a motion, a second first.
I'll move, Commissioner Gefeller.
Second, Commissioner Lister.
I'm trying to wake up, I swear. I
Okay,
didn't eat a big lunch either. All right.
Okay,
Any
Commissioner Cross,
discussion? All right. Commissioner Cross.
Yes.
sorry about that.
Okay.
Commissioner Gefeller,
Yes.
Commissioner Lister,
Yes.
Commissioner Sill,
Yes.
Commissioner Sporer,
Yes.
Commissioner Lauber.
Yes.
Pass 6-0.
All right. Now, Levi, we have deer season, open season bag limits and permits. And I'm assuming we have to get these passed today before they can be put in the regulation booklet.
That is correct. Right now, they are still listed in many places as proposed dates because we have not approved them yet. This is similar to what Matt talked about. We're just putting in some durable language this year rather than giving set dates for each year, so we don't have to continually revisit this, although we'll certainly be back here if we've got to have changes made in the future. But everything pretty well follows what we've historically done, save that we did add 6 days of antlerless whitetail hunting in October in Unit 12 because of increasing deer population and very strong sentiment from our ag producers down there, crop damage, and it's getting pretty severe. I've seen some fields that were chewed off pretty badly. So it added those 6 days, but only in that unit specifically. Otherwise, we're going to follow our traditional dates.
Any questions for Levi? Can I have a motion?
Commissioner Sill, I so move.
Commissioner Spore, I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion from the public? Is there any discussion from the commission? Hearing none. Sheila?
Commissioner Cross,
Yes.
Commissioner Gaffeller,
Yes.
Commissioner Lister,
Yes.
Commissioner Sill,
Yes.
Commissioner Spore,
Yes.
Commissioner Lauber.
Yes.
Pass 6-0.
Okay, Levi, you want to go on?
All right, the next one is 11525 9A, which is our military subunit seasons. We are exploring ways to make this durable, but since the dates on the military subunits change pretty much every year, there's no real traditional dates that we could work with. We're still exploring ways to do that. So again, this is based on what they're coming to us with recommendations, working with the agency to set this up. And often, like on Fort Riley, it creates some additional opportunity for hunters, for non-military personnel hunters, because it gives some days outside of our regular seasons that they could get out as far as opportunities. But as it is, these are the seasons we've talked about. And again, these are just like the last regulation. We need to get these posted or approved so that we can have these dates set for this year.
In the event that the military deer seasons can't get a public hearing in time, will the seasons just be the same as they were the year before? Or do we have to wait before we can legally open a season there?
As I understand it, and Dan would have to correct me or if I'm wrong, but I believe they could be opened under the statewide seasons for that year. But we've got to have the special approval if we're going to be different than our statewide for the year. So
Okay.
it'd likely revert to whatever our statewide is for that year.
But there would be a season, just it wouldn't be what they wanted, what we would prefer to give them.
And there's a good potential in some years that we would run into where they would actually have to close because of whatever their activities are that's necessary for their missions. Having these exception dates from our statewide season just lets everything kind of be tuned to what their activities are and helps avoid some closures sometimes.
Okay. All right. Now I have a motion.
Commissioner Lister motion.
Here's Commissioner Spore, I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. We approve KAR 11525 9A. Does anybody have any comments? Any discussion from either the public or from the commission? Hearing none. Sheila?
Commissioner Cross,
Yes.
Commissioner Gaffeller,
Yes.
Commissioner Lister,
Yes.
Commissioner Sill,
Yes.
Commissioner Spore,
Yes.
Commissioner Lauber.
Yes.
Pass 6-0.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, I would like to just say thank you to our Department of Administration, Attorney General's office on these regulations. They put in some extra effort. They've been swamped with dealing with regulations, and they put in some extra effort to make sure that everything was on, got to where we could get it done in time for this year. So I just wanted to make a note of thanks to them in this case. Thank you.
Okay. Brian?
Mr. Chair, he's joining via Zoom.
Okay, Brian.
You need to unmute, Brian.
Yep, he should be going now.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. The first one I have is 115-710 fishing special provisions and the associated aquatic nuisance species reference document. We workshopped this quite a bit, but this 115.710, one of the first things we wanted to do was change the term Asian carp to silver and big head carp, just to be more specific to the species that we're talking about, avoid some of that confusion. The other part was to add Lebo City Lake to the list, to the reference document, because of the zebra mussel infestation that we noted in 2021. The other one is to add McPherson State Lake to the list due to a collection of rusty crayfish in that water body. To date, that's still the only water body that we've collected them from. We started monitoring them, and their abundance is still very low, but we're still keeping an eye on it. And that's it for 115.710.
All right. I have one question, Brian.
Yep.
Currently, there are restrictions on movement of crawdads. Is that they can't be moved to a different watershed?
Correct. Yes, that was a few years ago, maybe 2019, 2020, somewhere in there. Live crayfish, mussels. I don't think Chris is on here, but yeah, there's already restrictions in place that you guys voted on a few years ago for the movement of crayfish. Yeah.
That's what I thought, but they can be seined and used for bait in certain circumstances.
Yes, within the water body that they're collecting.
Right. Could I have a motion for approval of KAR 115.710?
Commissioner Cross, motion to approve.
Second, Commissioner Gaffeller.
Been moved and seconded that we approve 115.710. Is there any comments from the public? Any comments from the commission? Any questions? Any discussion? Hearing none. Sheila?
Commissioner Cross,
Yes.
Commissioner Gaffeller,
Yes.
Commissioner Lister,
Yes.
Commissioner Sill,
Yes.
Commissioner Sporter,
Yes.
Commissioner Lauber.
Yes.
Pass 6-0.
All right. KAR 115.1810, Brian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. This one's pretty brief, but it relates back to the rusty crayfish. So 115.1810 essentially is a list of our prohibited species that are illegal to import, possess, or release without a permit issued by the secretary. So we want to, with this regulation change, it would just be adding rusty crayfish to that list.
Can I have a motion?
Commissioner Lister motion.
Commissioner Cross, second.
Any discussion from either the public or the commission? Okay, Sheila?
Commissioner Cross,
Yes.
Commissioner Gaffeller,
Yes.
Commissioner Lister,
Yes.
Commissioner Sill,
Yes.
Commissioner Sporter,
Yes.
Commissioner Lauber.
Yes.
Pass 6-0.
Okay, Brian, you've got one more, 115.24.25.14.
Okay, usually this is our largest one where it's tied to the reference document for water body specific regulations. So for 115.25.14, we're proposing, I'm just gonna list some of the ones of note. The rest of them have been workshopped plenty of times, but we're proposing to remove the 10-inch minimum length limit on crappie at Cedar Bluff. This was added in 2018 in response to poor recruitment and good rapid growth, but recently the lake is, well, a couple of years ago, the lake gained a lot of water, and those issues with crappie are kind of a moot point at this point. So we want to remove the 10-inch minimum length limit. We're proposing a 6 to 9 inch protective slot on bluegill and other sunfish on Antelope Lake. This is kind of part of an expanding program looking at different ways to manage sunfish in the state. I think we've got maybe 5 lakes that we're doing that with. up to now. The third one is we're proposing 18-inch minimum length limit on saugeye at Pomona and Melbourne reservoirs. We've been stocking saugeye on top of an already existing walleye population at those two reservoirs as part of a research project to see if they do any better than the walleye population. So the walleye are already managed with an 18-inch. We want to add the 18-inch to saugeye because there are obvious concerns with identification and enforcement. So want to keep the same regulation for both. Yeah, there's a few others. If you want me to list them off, I will, but they're much less contentious than the ones I just mentioned.
I think we've seen it at the workshop many times.
Yep. Okay. And the other part of this is trout program water changes. King Lake and Emporia, this is a new trout lake and a new water, partnering with the state and Emporia on that one, and the university. We want to add that as a type 1 water. OJ Watson in Wichita as a type 1 water. Wichita K. East removed from the trout waters list. Colby Villa High changed from a type 1 to a type 2. I'll go over the differences in a second. Sherman County Smoky Gardens Lake again changed from a type 1 to a type 2. The type 1 waters, they're typically those water bodies where most people would be going in the wintertime to catch trout and not much else, not a lot of opportunity for other things. So essentially you need a trout stamp there if you're fishing during the trout season, November through April. So the type 2 waters are a little different, where if you're fishing for and possessing trout, you need the trout permit during those times. So those are lakes where people want to go winter fish for crappie or other things, other opportunities. We don't want to restrict those activities by making them have a trout permit. And that's all I have for that one.
Okay, can I have a motion for approval?
Commissioner Cross, move to approve.
Commissioner Sill, second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Sheila?
Commissioner Cross,
Yes.
Commissioner Gfeller,
Yes.
Commissioner Lister,
Yes.
Commissioner Sill,
Yes.
Commissioner Sporer,
Yes.
Commissioner Lauber,
Yes.
pass 6-0.
Okay, that concludes the public hearing. Now, we just, to give you an example of what I said earlier, we passed 7 regulations in a very short period of time. However, we have workshopped those for I don't know how many times, at least 2, maybe 4. And so by the time they get to the public hearing, most of the controversial issues have either been dealt with or it's been discussed prior. So sometimes there's a lot of public comment on a vote, sometimes there is not. So now I'm going to go back to the general public comment on non-agenda items. And well, I don't want to have a specific time limit. I don't know how many people plan to speak. For the size of the room, I would guess there are several who at least were going to at one point in time. So I'd like you to limit your presentation to 3 to 5 minutes if you could, because we want to have some time to do some other things as well. Before we go any further, there is one person who had asked to have some time on the agenda. And if you would come up, sir, introduce yourself and tell us what's on your mind.
Here.
All right. Right there. Yeah,
Right there.
microphone there.
I'm Steve Ford. I'm a retired wildlife biology professor here at Pitt State. And I want to welcome the commission and Secretary Lovelace back to the Pittsburgh area. Some of you had a long trip, I know, and it's appreciated. What I wanted to bring up is an issue that is not new, It has to do with use fees on public lands. We all know, everybody in the room knows that hunters and anglers have carried the freight for wildlife conservation for, gosh, over 100 years. And most of the public lands are their wheelhouse, more or less. But in the last several years, several decades, certainly a lot of non-game use has been put to those public lands. Birding, of which I'm a bird watcher myself, camping, sightseeing, hiking. You have the figures and I don't, but I would say at least, I would guess at least as much use from non-consumptive users, non-hunters and fishermen as consumptive users. I would like to see the non-game people, the non-consumptive people, sort of have a piece of that pie in terms of paying for what they use. And I'm not talking about a huge fee, but maybe a $15 sticker that would go on a car on an annual basis, including the hunter and fishermen whose vehicles would be on these properties. But I would propose that they would get that 15, whatever it is, dollar credit back when they buy their hunting and fishing license. I think it would be a way for the non-consumptive users to sort of pay their fair share. I know there are some ways, the license plates, the chickadee checkoff, those are volunteer. But I would think this would be a potential, if not lucrative, but substantial addition to wildlife and park coffers. So you considered this before several times, several years in the past, but I think it's a good idea. I think it's a logical idea, and I would encourage you to consider it one more time. Since I have the floor, let me say one more thing. I've been a member of the Pittsburgh area for some 38 years. I'm a landowner. As a professor, I've taught a lot of students, some of them in this class here, a lot of grad students. I've been a member of the Pittsburgh Hunter Ed Group for 35 years or more. I've been a member of Audubon clubs for that long and still am. And every step of the way, and I want to address, if I may, some of you guys in this room, in all of those adventures, wildlife and parks people have helped me all the time in various ways. And I just want to take this public opportunity to tell you how much I appreciate it. And all those four endeavors, you've been an integral part in helping me out. I appreciate it. I thank you. I'm proud to be associated with you, and I'm proud of you. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's sort of on the drawing board, is to be working on some sort of non-consumptive fee that we don't want to make too high. But if you use it and paid a modest fee for the use, you might even feel better about it. So I don't know if you have anything to add, Brad.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thanks. Secretary Lovelace. So Steve, it's good to see you. Those of you who don't know, Steve has been a pillar in this whole corner of the state, both in education and environmental issues for decades. As he and his wife Cindy have done terrific work at Pittsburgh State. We have had discussions on this and continue to. One of the first things, just so everyone knows, that we went to was saying, would it be possible for those non-anglers, non-hunters to simply buy a license because most of you know, those licenses are what we leverage federal fees with. And we thought, man, that'd be great because that would bring a lot more money to Kansas. But what we found out in our survey work, Kansas and other states too, is that those users typically don't want to buy a license. They're glad to pay a fee, to your point, Steve, but they don't want to buy a license. So we're having these discussions because we do want to reach out to them. We want to give them an opportunity to contribute, which, like you said, a lot of them want. The other thing that allows us to do is connect with them and start communicating so we can get better feedback on what their priorities are. And so we're very anxious to move in that direction that you mentioned. Thanks for bringing it up. We'll continue to work on that because we think there's a solution down the road, but we haven't found it yet. But thank you for that. Thanks,
All
Mr.
right.
Chair.
I don't know who's responsible for the thermostat, but when you have a room with this many people, if it's one that can be set down a little bit, I think that's going to make some sense. Maybe I'm old, and the only one that's getting warm in here, but it is. All right, let's move on now to the general public comment on non-agenda items. Does anybody have anything they want to add today? Yes, sir. Please come up, state your name.
Hand these out to y'all.
Thank you.
Can I utilize the podium or your headset?
I don't care.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Well, first off, thank you all for taking the time to come out today. Obviously, this is a big meeting and we're all excited to be here and we're all excited to have a great conversation today. And I'd like to first start by thanking Secretary Lovelace, Chairman Lauber. Thank you very much for letting me come up here and be part of this. To all of our Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks employees, thank you for the work you do. And we're very appreciative of all the inputs, the work you do each and every day. So my name is Greg Beaker and I live in Hayes, Kansas. I'm a lifelong Kansas resident, deer hunter, lifetime hunting and fishing member. Today, I would like to walk you through a presentation that outlines the current deer situation from the view of hundreds of in-state and out-of-state hunters, landowners, business owners, and Kansas citizens. So on your desk, you'll find a presentation entitled 2023 Kansas Deer Assessment. For all of you out there, if you'd like a copy, Josh right there in the middle has a bunch of extra copies if you'd like to follow through. And I'd like this to be conversational and serve as a guide to foster comments and questions from both the KDWP and the rest of the public in attendance. So let's get started. So on your page, you'll find our first page of kind of the presentation outline. It talks about the current landscape, obviously the proposed change to ban supplemental feeding, our 2023 season assessment, means of take, some of the advances in technology we're seeing, harvest rates versus CWD deaths, and some of the recommended solutions. So I'm going to work quickly through this just to make sure we honor everybody's time commitment. So let's talk about our current landscape. Right now, we believe, and I think this is probably true, Kansas is a top 3 deer hunting destination state in the entire United States. You have Iowa, you have Illinois, and you probably have Kansas as the top 3. That's safe to say. And I believe everyone in this room has a vested interest in seeing the deer hunting resource continue to thrive for not only your generation, but your children's generation as well. And lastly, and most important, we're all here to work together and find the right solution that works for not only our deer herd, but everybody involved here today. So that's really the current landscape that we're under right now. So why am I here? Well, obviously the KDWP is considering a 100% ban of supplemental feeding on all private land in Kansas. That's a real thing. The driving factor behind the proposed ban, from what I understand, is disease transmission and the concern of CWD impacting the deer population and the long-term resource. My job here is to provide everyone with an all-encompassing view of really our Kansas deer situation from my perspective and the perspective of a lot of folks that have reached out to me. So I'll open this with the elephant in the room. Do we have a declining deer population in Western Kansas? I can't speak for Eastern Kansas. In Western Kansas, I think the answer is yes. I think we can all agree that there is a declining deer population in the western half of the state. Do we know that that's from? I don't think we do. But I wanted to make it very clear that in 2018 and 2019, I began to signal the problem to the KDWP. I sent messages on Facebook specifically stating our deer numbers, especially mature bucks, both whitetail and mule deer, are in big trouble. February 13th, 2019. Do we have a plan to protect our deer herd numbers? March 20th, 2020. Both sent, unfortunately, no reply. So we began to signal this nearly 5 years ago. So now in 2023, it's a decision to take action to ban supplemental feeding based on an unknown outcome 5 years behind. We should have been looking at this quite some time ago. So as we think about all encompassing, I think it's important to look at what is banning feeding doing and what's our goal here. So my question to the commission and to everybody in this room, what are we trying to solve? The common question has been CWD, right? We can all agree that, hey, we're going to put this on CWD. Throughout a ton of discussions, I've continued to hear, though, it's not fair that somebody sits over a corn pile and shoots one. Okay, that's fair chase. Nebraska, Missouri, both the Dakotas, all fair chase conversations. And we sit here and we're trying to ban supplemental feeding 100% year round based on a CWD motive that we don't know if we really solve the issue. We do know that fair chase is a real conversation out there. So I would ask you, as you reach out and you provide comments, is it a fair chase or is it a CWD issue that you're trying to solve? Okay, so as we continue down that road, is CWD the driving factor? So my questions to everybody in this room would be, how is Kansas performing versus the other states that have banned supplemental feeding?
Keep going.
Okay. How many deer are we testing and from which counties are we testing those deer? Are we seeing deer deaths from CWD? And how do we keep deer off scrapes and licking branches from spetting prions? The answer to most of those are, we don't know. I've reached out for that information. I received some of it from the KDWP. Thank you. There's a lot of that they weren't able to provide me. So the next thing is, this is the actual CWD rates of Kansas tested deer. So for relative, importance here, Wisconsin will test roughly 202,000 deer next year. Missouri will test over 200,000 deer. Kansas will test roughly 200 or 2,022 deer. That's less than what we don't know of the harvest rate, probably less than 0.5% of all the deer harvested in the state of Kansas. So our percents, 10.1 from 2018, 22.6 from 2019, 6.5 in 2020, 7.4 in 2021, and 10.6 in 2022. These are directly from the KDWP. What we don't know is which counties were those tested in. What we don't know is which deer. Was it Eastern Kansas deer, Central Kansas deer, Western Kansas deer? If I walk an oncology floor and I test people that are sick with cancer, I'm going to get a high rate. If I say 80% of Americans have cancer, that's not a fair conversation because we're testing people on an oncology floor. We have to look at the state as an entire state and test throughout the state. With that, who's the winners if we ban supplemental feeding? We don't know. There's so many things out there that we don't have definitive data, but I can tell you who the losers are if we ban supplemental feeding. First off, it's our youth and disabled hunters. No doubt about it, our youth and disabled hunters have a better chance of harvesting an animal when supplemental feeding is being allowed. There's no doubt about that. Our new hunters, same story. You take a kid, they don't go fishing for walleye the first day. They go fish for bluegill. Same concept. Our Kansas residents who get hurt with the tax burden, business owners, local co-ops, and lastly, the KDWP to reinvest in this. Okay, so if we look at the financial impact, we have a $24.1 billion budget set out by Governor Kelly. It's a big number. So if we take that dollar, say you spend $100 on supplemental feeding, that will change hands on average 5 times. In Ellis County, we'll pay 9.25% sales tax on that $100. If that $100 changes hands 5 times, that's $45 that the state of Kansas loses out on for every $100 in supplemental feed that's bought in the state of Kansas. Talked to a few guys. They said they bought 50,000 pounds of supplemental feed last year, 100,000 pounds. That is a massive financial impact to the state of Kansas. So continuing on, we have to look at our deer herd. So I got an example here. These are trail cameras from this year, trail camera pictures. On the left, you're going to see 4 deer that are over 6 years old. They have less than 120 inches on their head, and they're less than 8 points. Why is CWD not impacting them? They're all alive. On the right, you're going to see deer that are 140 to 175 inches and higher that are all 4-year-olds, and they're all dead. It's not CWD, it's hunter harvest rates. These deer on the right are all dead because nobody wants to go home with a 7-pointer that's 7 years old in Kansas. They want to kill a 160-inch 4-year-old. That's the truth. So if CWD is really a problem, why is it not killing all of our old mature deer? Well, Let's look at the factors beyond CWD. We have our laser focus on CWD, but we have to think of Kansas. Anybody know how long the deer season is in Kansas? 121 days. That's a third of the year you can hunt deer in Kansas. We have seen weapon advancements beyond anything you can imagine. If you don't know about Garmin IQ sights, I'm going to share with it in a second. Our in-state and out-of-state tags have risen significantly, and our drought-causing EHD is a real thing in Western Kansas. So let's look at the season real quick. In 2023, you will have 121 total days to hunt deer if you include youth season. Youth and disabled will start September 3rd. Muzzleloader will start September 11th. Archery will also start September 11th. Rifle November 29th, and archery will end December 31st for a total of 121 days to hunt our deer herd in Kansas. Let's talk about the evolution of that deer season. Kansas removes resident draw and allows an any season tag to Kansas residents. And I've taken advantage of it as much as anybody. I've shot big deer with a muzzleloader, with a bow, with a rifle because you let me. That's hard on our population, but our deer hunters are going to take advantage of it, and no shame to them. We've allowed over-the-counter muzzleloader mule deer tags. In 2013, we've increased the non-resident permits from 30,000 to 55,000. In 2013, we allowed any caliber beyond a rimfire to be legal. And in 2013, we legalized crossbows. So let's look at the evolution of weapons and technology. A muzzleloader in 2013, 10 years ago, could shoot 150 to 200 yards with a scope and a 50 caliber at a 2 to 4 inch group at 100 yards. The new muzzleloader will shoot 300 to 400 yard range in a 40 caliber pill with a 1 inch group at 100 yards. That is a single shot rifle. Second, the bow I own used to shoot 40 to 50 yards at 300 feet per second. The bow I own now shoots 60 to 80 yards at 350 to 360 feet per second. And lastly, crossbows have gone from 360 feet per second to the newest one that costs $5,000, 500 feet per second. We have seen a crazy advancement in our technology, and our seasons are not reflecting that. We have to protect our deer herd. Think about trail cameras, cell cameras, Garmin IQ sights that tell you the yardage and hold where you shoot it. The bog pods to set your rifle in where you don't even have to hold it, you just pull the trigger. We have seen crazy advancements in technology, and I think it's important that the KDWP doesn't look necessarily at CWD as the problem. Let's look at all the problems that are involved. Make people go back to picking a season. That's okay if they don't kill a deer every year. We have to be okay with that to protect our resource. And then finally, my question to the KDWP would be, how many deer are being harvested each year in the state of Kansas? Anybody know that? We don't know. That's the truth. We have no idea how many deer are being harvested in Kansas. We send out surveys, right? I'm 9 for my last 9 in the last 9 years, and I've never sent a survey back. And many of you probably are the same way. You're good hunters, don't necessarily want people knowing where you're hunting or what you're doing, and you don't send the survey back. So what I'd like to propose, and how do we come up with a recommended solution, is let's develop a baseline for where we're at. Let's think about a check-in process. If you told me I have to spend $5 more for my tag so we could check in our deer and understand where we're at, I think we would all agree with that. We'd all go, yeah, let's get a baseline. Let's figure out where we're at.
Greg, are you about done?
Absolutely.
You hit 10 minutes.
I got 2 more points.
All right.
If change is needed, recommended changes that are proven, such as tag and season record restrictions, let's consider them. And then lastly, for all of us in here, just educate us on what we can do. If you don't want us putting our feet out in a pile right here, the size of this podium, just tell us that. And we'll go, you know what, let's spread it over 15 yards. Oh, we're all here for the same solution. We all want our deer herd to be, sustainable for you, for our kids. Give us solutions, and let's not make a monumental decision that financially impacts our organization as significantly as this does without some data. Thank you.
All right. I have a question.
Sure.
Do you sell deer feed?
You're absolutely right. I do. Let me address that because I knew you'd ask that. Thank you, Chairman Lauber. He asked if I sell deer feed. The answer is I have a second business beyond my 8 to 5 job that we sell deer feed out of Hays, Kansas. So let me educate you on that. So for every $100 that someone in here gives me to buy deer feed, the state will collect 9.25% of that in sales tax dollars. They'll then use that to fund whatever it is, and that dollar will change hands 5 times. But that's not the important thing here. I sell deer feed to help youth, disabled, and other hunters have the best chance of success in Kansas. And I think if you take supplemental of feeding away, before you look at everything else that's involved, that would be a crying shame to. Yes, sir.
why did you leave off the additional doe season from your deer hunting days? Because that to me incredibly reduces the number of the deer by killing all the potential breeding does after December 31st.
That we should added it. Yeah, I mean, thank you for.
Already dropped their age.
Yeah. And I'll let everybody else come up and talk. I don't want to waste everybody's time. I don't want to spend any more time in, but I do want to address that we sell deer feed to give hunters the best opportunity at success, youth, disabled, new hunters, and guys to gain intel on their farm to hunt the most mature deer. And if you said, shut your feed business down tomorrow, we'll sell to Oklahoma, we'll sell to Missouri, we'll sell to Nebraska, and we'll send our sales tax dollars across the border, and we'll be just fine. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment?
Hello, I'm Michael Dutchman. I'm from Texas and thought y'all might want to get a different opinion on banning the bait. And
Yeah.
is that better?
Name it.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. I'm Michael Dutchman. I'm from Texas. Thought y'all might want to get another opinion on banning the bait. But I've been hunting here since 2017, bought some ground in 2020. And as you can see on my shirt, I'm definitely for banning the bait. If you'd asked me that 3 or 4 years ago, it would have been a hard no, because I got a long drive coming up here, and back then I wanted it easy. You know, I work hard and I come up here and I want some deer to take back. But the last year or two, I've been doing a lot of thinking, serious thinking about it. And I've come up with a different conclusion. I'm not going to sit up here and say that I know a lot about CWD, because I didn't pay attention to it until 2017 when I got up here. And but what they tell me, it spreads on saliva and contact. And so, I mean, I look at it this way: if I got a glass of water and all y'all know that I got a deadly disease, would y'all drink from me after I drink that cup of water? Would y'all? I don't think so. And y'all wouldn't wait a few years to figure it out. I mean, it's pretty simple. And so, I mean, but if y'all can't, you know, these gravity feeders, I've watched them. I've sit there and hunt over them, you know, and they got holes, and the deer's nose, I mean, they stick down there. Usually they'll find one hole they like the best because it's tilted right or whatever. So you got all these deer sticking their nose down one hole, all that saliva. And I mean, I've seen them drip corn out, fall on the ground, and other deer come up and eat that. I mean, I'm not saying how much it's going to help, but it dead sure won't hurt nothing, you know, getting rid of it. But so, I mean, if y'all, I'm not going to stand up here and talk too much more about it. If y'all can't see that, I mean, I'm just going to I'll be wasting my time. But and then I like to look at all the other animals. I mean, it's not just deer. I've sat there and seen cows sneak up to the feeder down a ditch and just peek over the edge of the creek and look at the feeder and wait a while. And then he sees he's not going to get nothing. He goes back where he comes from. I've seen hawks come over and try to grab quail at the feeder. And I started looking at these things, paying attention. I'm like, man, you know, here we are. It's kind of comical. I'm sitting here looking at a pile of corn. I got a coyote over in the brush. He's looking at the pile of corn. And then I got hawks coming. I mean, we're all centered looking at the corn. But anyway, and then, you know, like I said earlier, I don't know how much it's going to help, but the way I look at things, like if we quit, that's the way I like to look at it. If we just quit all of it, we don't have to worry about it. At least we're doing our job, because banning the bait is not going to hurt one thing. It might hurt our pocketbooks. It might hurt us not shooting a deer every year, but we don't need to shoot a deer every year. I did a lot of hunting last year without corn, and no, I didn't get one, but I was happy. I was happy when I got home, because that gives me a better chance. My kids, my grandkids later on, we can preserve what we got here. The second thing I want to talk about, you know, some people say, oh, money in Kansas, it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt. No, it's not. I don't know what is the tag quota for the non-residents? Has anybody got that off? 55,000. If this got banned next year, I can guarantee you we'd still have 55,000 non-residents up here hunting. I hunted Missouri 20 years before I hunted here, and they didn't allow bait. And that place was packed of hunters, non-resident hunters. And then I look at it this way. I mean, you take one hunter hunting with an outfitter. I'm sorry, outfitters. I know a lot of y'all back there, but they come up, they stay at that lodge. They don't spend much money. I mean, you might get one tank of gas coming when they cross the line. They might stop in Oklahoma, so you might not get a tank of gas out of them. But they get there, they eat, and they stay right there. Hunters like other hunters that just come, I mean, they stay at motels. If you ban the bait, I mean, they're going to hunt harder and they're going to stay here longer eating at restaurants. I know a little restaurant. I got land up there in north central Kansas and their little restaurant there. I mean, I don't see how they stay in business. I mean, they rely on hunters. I know they do. I've sat there and watched, and that's their big season. And poor guy, I mean, I think he wears the same pair of shorts there every day. But people talk, oh, it's going to hurt, Shiny Johnny with the starched jeans, he's going to hurt. His business is going to hurt because he ain't going to sell much feed. Well, nobody's looking at the guy owns the restaurant with one pair of shorts that's homemade, it looks like. But and then the last thing I want to talk about is the ethics, because I mean, you can look at me, I don't consider myself a big sportsman. I'm kind of old school. I was brought up where I went to church and it says in the good book that, the animals are here to protect and we eat them. I mean, that's what we try to preserve, and we have fun doing it. I'm not going to lie. I come up here for the big horns, but also, I eat them. But I've learned there's a lot of good guys up here, a lot of good hunters that's not here today. They won't sit over a feeder because they think it's wrong. And sometimes they don't get a deer for it, but they still hold true to what they believe. And there's a lot of farmers up here too that are for it. I know in my area, they're not here because they're having to work hard, but they're for it too. I mean, one farmer told me a couple of days ago, he said, man, he said, I shouldn't be aggravated at this, but he said, I am. And I know he felt bad because this guy don't talk about people, but he's got a couple non-resident hunters. And he said, man, this aggravates me. He said, they got a feeder out there, and he said, they got a cell camera on it. And he said, they won't come down and hunt. They just sit there at their house waiting for a deer to come to that feeder. And he said, as soon as they do a day or two, they jump in their truck overnight and come here the next morning and try to shoot that deer. And he said, man, that just aggravates me. And I said, I know what you're talking about. I said, I used to be that guy too. But I said, I'm looking at things different. But overall, I mean, I think it's just the best way to go. And I sure appreciate y'all time.
Thanks for your time.
Commissioner Spore, I guess I get to thinking about our 2-hour session that we had at Milford about why our biologists were thinking about banning supplemental feed. And I don't know, I'm going to say 30 minutes was on chronic wasting disease and an hour and a half was on other good logical reasons why we shouldn't be doing it. And I guess that's a good lesson in learning. Listening is important when it comes to learning, is listening. And that's what we're talking about having some sessions and you guys listening to what we heard. That makes it important, because all I've heard today is chronic wasting disease. And there's more to this than chronic wasting disease, a lot more than that. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. My name is Keith Mark, and I'm a lifelong Kansas resident. And I am not a supplemental deer feeder owner of a company. I am a landowner. I'm a deer hunter, and I'm the founder and president of Hunter Nation. You might have seen our organization. We're trying to protect hunting rights all across the country. I recently sued the state of Wisconsin because they didn't have the wolf hunting season that their statute said they were supposed to have, because of unelected bureaucrats that think they know more than the elected people that we, the people, hire. No offense. And we won that case in court. And I have a pamphlet that I would like to hand out from Hunter Nation. I think it's important that we take a look at it. I think it's great that we're getting both points. I'm glad that the commission is interested in getting both points because I listened to the whole 6 hours from the last time. They got one side of the story. I would ask the commission to provide me with one peer-reviewed study that will confirm that CWD does what they say it does because it doesn't exist. That is a true story. We can bring in Dr. Deer, who is probably the leading biologist in the country on deer, and the study doesn't exist. As the gentleman that spoke first up here said, if CWD is the problem, then why are we not having deer just laying dead like we see with other deer diseases? We don't see it, okay? And I do think we need to look at the entire picture of what happens if we ban supplemental deer feeding. The commission admits that it will shrink the Kansas deer population. And I would tell you, 80 years ago, when Aldo Leopold, one of the leading conservationists that this nation has ever known, he was talking about the deer population in America, and he said, of the continental 48 states, there was currently 47 states that had deer. 47 of 48. You know what the one state was that did not have deer? It was Kansas. The Kansas deer population now is over 640,000. It's one of the greatest success stories that conservation has ever known. And we've had supplemental deer feeding in Kansas the entire time. We've gone from literally a state that has no deer, and it is true, you shake your head, but it's true. We've always allowed deer feeding in Kansas. And we've gone from no deer to one of the top 3 hunting destinations in America because of what we've done with our deer herd. The proponent talked about the ethics of it. My organization, I don't think we ought to be telling other people what the ethics are. I'm a lifelong bow hunter, but you want to kill them with a gun, you should be able to. You want to shoot them with a crossbow, you should. What are we going to do? We're going to go back and say, if you don't use stick and string, your ethics suck. You know, oh, you use an outfitter. Okay. You don't. Okay. You don't want to use deer feed, don't use it. You want to use it, use it. But what we also know will happen is that we are an aging out demographic. So what do? We have to recruit. Well, now we're recruiting against PlayStation, we're recruiting against the mall and all the other exciting things that young people have thrown at them. You take your son or daughter out to hunt and they see no deer, they ain't coming back. It's a proven fact that young people, you will see more deer close up if you supplemental feed. That's a true story. Would you rather have your 12-year-old on the first shot of his life shoot a deer standing at 50 yards or moving through the timber at 200? It's rhetorical because we all know the answer. We want to recruit more hunters. The first speaker talked about disabled hunters. I used to host a television show on the Outdoor Channel. I'm not a high fence guy, but I support it. I took a Congressional Medal of Honor winner. He shot a deer in a high fence. And some people wrote into the show and say, how dare you hunt high fence? I say, how dare you tell this Congressional Medal of Honor that can't walk like you can walk, or he can't do what you do, and tell him it's unethical for him to hunt high fence. We should not dictate another hunter's ethics as long as he's legal. Archery will become more difficult. There's no doubt about that. And Kansas will lose revenue. 700, this is a stat, $700 million comes into this state because of hunting every year. Not just because a guy's selling supplemental deer, but it's a lot of things that bring that in. Deer hunting is the largest revenue generator in Kansas. We will lose that. So let's talk about, I got 3 last points I want to make. If CWD is such a problem, then how come some of the states that ban supplemental deer feeding have the highest rates of CWD? How come some states that have never allowed supplemental feeding have high rates of CWD? I'm not a smart guy, but I know if 2 + 2 doesn't equal 4, somebody's lying. Who's lying? I don't know. They say deer feeding is bad for deer. You've got some of the greatest mad scientists in the world that are putting these concoctions together in some of these feed. And in fact, Supplemental deer feeding, why do we feed cattle? Why do we feed sheep? Why do we feed our rabbits? Why do we feed our dogs certain dog foods? Because we want them to have healthy diets. We can supplement deer's feed with healthy nutrition, and a healthy herd can be supplemented with supplemental deer feeding. Didn't hear any of that in the conversation, although that's a proven fact. You can go to people that have high fence deer. They regulate the diet. The deer is healthier if you feed them the same thing. We heard somebody that they're talking about was a grand expert telling you that if all a deer does is eats corn, that it's like sending your kids to McDonald's every day. Kansas, I believe, is the third or fourth producer of corn in America. So when you go out to some of these places, when in every field it's corn, so basically we should ban those farmers or make them, regulate them. Oh, you got to plant soybeans, you got to plant something else, because if you just plant corn, your deer are going to be McDonald's eaters and we can't have it. So, I mean, that was kind of silly. Again, I think we're the stakeholders. We're the deer hunters. The outfitters are in the field more days than anybody else. Yet I heard one of the outfitters ask the commission, have you called us to ask us how many deer we have? Have you called us to see what the health of our deer is? No, they haven't. And the last point I'm going to make, and this is probably the biggest that I believe the commission ought to consider. Kansas rural property values have increased annually. I know you don't have to be a rocket scientist, go out and try to buy property. If they implement this ban, which I think is bad for hunting, it's bad for the recruitment of hunting. It's based on Dr. Fauci junk science. It's going to hurt the Kansas economy, and it's going to hurt Kansas property values. And I think they better think long and hard before they do that to we the people here in Kansas. And if you want to get more information on this topic, go to hunternation.org. I'll be available afterwards. I'll talk to anybody, and I'll stand for questions if anybody on the commission have a question.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
As I didn't figure, so hopefully I'll get to talk to some of my fellow hunters.
Mr.
Warren
Chairman
has a question.
Okay, what do you got?
Commissioner Gaffeller. Quick question of the last speaker. Do you agree with the first speaker that our deer population, at least in western Kansas, is declining?
I do.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Right. And would you agree, sir, that we've had unprecedented drought in western Kansas? How's the game population how's game birds done out in western Kansas at the same period?
Let's move on to the next speaker.
I was just trying to answer his question, sir.
I got the answer. Thank you.
I'll try and keep mine under 10 minutes. First off, I'd like to thank the commission. My name's Ray Huff. I am a farmer. I was in education for 12 years. I was 5 as a teacher and 7 as a building administrator. And currently I own and operate a farm just a few miles west of here. My family has been in this area for 8 generations. So we are heavily invested in Southeast Kansas. I first experienced baiting in the early 2000s. It was on property that we farm, don't own, but was leased out to an outfitter by a landowner. Now, at that time, I didn't think much about it, other than I thought that it was a waste of good corn. And little did I know at the time how that small pile of corn would eventually affect all my hopes and dreams as a hunter and steward of the land. Now, as a farmer, it is beneficial financially to own the land you farm. I learned this early on. I was never given any land other than the land I was farming from sharecropping from other landowners. And when I was finally able to purchase land of my own, I focused on land that was a mix of farmland, pasture, CRP, and hardwoods. And even though as a farmer, it is more profitable to own 100% farmland, as an avid outdoorsman and conservationist, I am drawn to the woods and the prairies. I was also a hunter education instructor for 2 years. I'm sure you've heard of hunter education in the classroom. I had several students successfully pass the curriculum and receive their hunter education card. And with that said, in the curriculum, we discussed the stages of hunting. Now, I won't go through them all, but the shooting stage is when you just want to shoot things. The trophy stage is being selective about the animals that you kill. And then there's the sportsman stage. It's where it's more about the experience and sharing with others than it is about the kill. Now, I believe I graduated from the shooting stage very early. Even from the young age of 14, I was interested in hunting large mature bucks. And from 14 to now 46 years of age, not much has changed. And I have eaten my fair share of tags in pursuit of trophy mature animals. What has changed over the years is my intentions of the land I own. At first, it was all about me. I had a desire to put together enough land to create a sanctuary for big deer with little outside hunting pressure. However, as I've grown older, it has been my passion to share my love of the outdoors with others, specifically my family, my own kids, and other children. And as life moves on, my intentions for my land changed again to providing hunting opportunities to kids with life-threatening illnesses. And in 2017, I started the One Arrow Initiative. This initiative was 100% funded by me. No profits, no income whatsoever. I didn't care about that money that hunting could generate. I just wanted to share the outdoors with kids who may not have the opportunity to do so or have many years left to have those opportunities. Now, on my land, I set up hunts for 2 different kids, both facing life-threatening illnesses. And my goal was simple: do everything in my power to get these kids on a mature buck. I had passed bucks for several years, so I knew our chances were very high. Hours of time and thousands of dollars invested. I spent days with kids in blinds, and one by one, bucks started to disappear. Predators, EHD, injuries, other hunters. Unknown at the time, an outfitter had leased 160 acres across the road from this land. It had a strip of timber, maybe 60 yards at its widest. Now, upon investigation from the road, I could see a pile of corn with tree stands within 20 yards. And within a year, there were more tree stands and 2 large feeders put up. 12 years of working 2 jobs, countless hours preparing and habitat work and passing on younger bucks. In one season, an entire generation of 4, 5, and 6-year-old bucks were wiped out. I have witnessed with my own eyes piles of corn, because I farm a lot of fields, but piles of corn in open fields and property lines bordering large tracts of timber with the intent of pulling deer into empty fields for paying customers. I'm not one to give up easily, but I also know when I have been beat. There is no way I can financially compete with the amount of corn outfitters put out, and I grow it. The whole situation has put a bad taste in my mouth regarding hunting in Kansas, and the majority of my land is now leased out. I keep a few for my family and myself. I understand some guys are running a business, and I also know that their income depends on their ability to get their clients on a whitetail or turkey, but it should not come at the cost of another man's passion or at the cost of the North American model of wildlife conservation. And that model is the world's most successful system of policies and laws to restore and safeguard fish and wildlife and their habitats through sound science and active management. The science is there. This goes beyond EHD or CWD, but the science is there. This is not some decree from the federal government to deny rights, as some TV personalities or pro-baiting communities might have you think. Countless reports and studies have shown the detriment to wildlife caused by baiting. From increased nest predators to turkey poult die-off to aflatoxins and vomitoxins being fed to wild animals, the science is there, and deer simply do not need supplemental feeding to survive. Whitetail deer have been around for thousands of years and have done just fine. Supplemental feeding or baiting through Pavlovian conditioning is only beneficial for the hunter. Now I'm going to wrap this up. Edgar Allan Poe, a world famous author and poet, wrote a short story titled The Elk. And I'm going to read it. I'm not going to read it to you for sake of time, but to summarize. In this story, he speaks of the natural beauty of our lands across this great nation, but he speaks specifically of the Wissahickon Valley westward of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And on one particular occasion, he spent a day floating in a skiff in a brook in this valley. And while floating, an elk appeared not 40 or 50 yards away. He was in awe and elegantly describes not only the beauty of the animal, but also the incredible moment he was now witnessing. And then, just a few moments later, a man emerged from the thicket, his hand outstretched and full of salt. He soon realized that this elk was a pet. And in one of the final sentences of this story, he simply states, "Thus ended my romance of the elk." Ladies and gentlemen, the woods, our woods, are where the wild things are. I believe that we here and now have the opportunity to define what wild things are for future generations, and more importantly, preserve the romance that we have with them. I believe that today you can vote on this if you choose to and put a ban in place immediately, but I realize that's probably not going to happen. But you can make this commitment with the intention of protecting our wildlife of the uncertainties of baiting, while having more meetings in the future to discuss this ban and whether it should be lifted or kept in place indefinitely. It's time for Kansas to move towards the sportsman stage, where it's more about the experience and sharing with others than it is about the kill. I believe this is a sword worth falling on. Thank you.
I just understand, you say you're leasing part of your farm, correct? It's prohibited.
Now it is.
My name is Steve Hall. I'm a resident of Kansas, and I reside at 8358 Northwest 110th Street, Potwin, Kansas. I'm a 1979 graduate of Wichita State University and have a degree in primary and secondary education. So I do have an education. So I hopefully will add some to this discussion today. I'm also a third generation farmer in Kansas. My family owns a family farm in Butler County. We farm several thousand acres. We run about 360 head of cows and calves on approximately 1,200 to 2,000 acres of prairie grass. In 2018, I invested close to $400,000 in building a hunting lodge. I am an outfitter. It is my passion to take people hunting. My lodge accommodates 8 hunters at a time comfortably. I do not overburden the lodge with more hunters. To me, hunting is about the sport. And I'm no different than the gentleman that stood up here before. It's a sport. We're not here to slaughter animals. We're not here to overtake what God has put on this earth to give us. That is not the intent of my business. The intent of my business is to take people hunting that want to go hunting, and we do it profitably, to run the business, to keep the doors open, and to give them a good ROI, and that's a return on their investment. And that's from an out-of-state person, and that's also from an in-state person. So I lease a lot of ground. We farm on a couple thousand acres. I also lease another 4,000 acres based on about 24 different hunting properties in units 15, 14, and 6 in South Central Kansas. I do utilize a commercial supplemental nutritional deer feeding program developed by deer feeding experts. And when I say that it's supplemental, it's certainly supplemental. Deer do not come to my feeder 24/7, 365. I've got my photographs here on 16 cameras that I've got up right now. I would say an average of a mature buck visits my deer feeders once every 7 days. They rotate through. They'll run a 3 to 4 mile radius around my property. So it's not like a magnet. They don't come to this feeder and that's the only place that they go. Deer, they browse. And when I say browse, the feeder is part of their browsing territory. So there's alfalfa, there's corn, twigs, whatever have you that they're browsing on. That's where they're going. In my 13 years of business and feeding deer, I've never had a documented case of CWD. All of my deer are caped by a taxidermist, and the taxidermist takes and participates in the state's program and sends the tissues off of all the deer that are harvested on mine. And of all the results that have come back, there have been 0 deer from my operation in 13 years, or since we've been collecting data, have had CWD. I'm here today as an expert in the field of hard knocks and farming and herd management. 13 years of experience taking care of these deer. And to voice my opinion, there's no need to change the rules on how the state's operated for as long as I can remember as it relates to feeding deer, baiting deer, whatever you want to call it. It's that old adage, why change something that works? You never know what's going to happen when you change something. So I'd like to say, let's don't take that step backwards. I brought with me today an article by James Kroll, Dr. Deer, one of the renowned specialists in the deer wildlife management. And I will not read verbatim for time sake. I know we want to get to a lot of people. But in retrospect, he was ahead of the Wisconsin CWD management program. If you all remember that story here several years ago, I'd like to read what he said about that, which, by the way, the protein part, or CWD, is the least addictive or the least deadly to the deer herd of all the diseases that there are, and it falls within the protein stage. You have the viruses, you have the bacteria, and you have proteins. All three of those are deadly to deer, but the virus is number one, bacteria is number two, and CWD is number three. So let's don't get these things in reverse order and put CWD at the top of what decimates a deer herd, because it's not even in the top 5 of what decimates a deer herd. So if you're attaching CWD to banning deer feeding and baiting, then you got the cart in front of the horse, because that's the wrong way. The EHD by far kills more deer, and that's caused by lack of water. So if we do anything, we should improve our water situations, and the way that we can get water into the fields to get deer the water that they need to operate. As a deer trustee of Wisconsin, I concluded efforts to eradicate CWD in southern Wisconsin failed after spending millions of dollars and killing at least 200,000 deer. Those are his exact words. CWD has been around for a long time, and it's going to be around for a long time after we're all gone. It is not what we should be focusing on. Does it kill deer? Yes, but it takes up to 4 years in order for this CWD to kill a deer. In that 4-year period of time, a doe will have 6 fawns. So as wildlife takes care of its own and through natural, we don't lose population of the deer herd because of CWD. It replenishes itself naturally through its natural habitat and natural existence. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna switch gears a little bit on you. My name is Andy Queen. I'm a Missouri resident and avid outdoorsman, state chair-elect, Missouri Ducks Unlimited. My family and myself have 2,000 acres in Cherokee County. That's a mixture of crop ground, timber, deep water, creeks, shallow water, marsh with water control structures. I tell you this so you know I'm passionate about the outdoors, hunting, heritage of it. Also, we're paying our fair share of taxes and license fees to Kansas, even though we're non-residents. I hunt private and public ground in many states, including Kansas. I have paid my non-resident license fees to Kansas as long as I can remember, and I'm good with that for the resources that you all provide for us. I have listened to what you have proposed for non-resident waterfowl hunters, and I hate it. I hate that you're taking the resources that I've helped pay for away from me. I hate that you're creating a divide in the hunting community. I hate that there's a hatred toward non-residents in this state. It goes back all the way to my granddad. When he was a quail hunter in Parsons, Kansas, he hated non-residents coming over here. It's moved on or in the last 20 years towards deer hunting with non-resident deer hunters and outfitters. And now we're focusing on non-resident waterfowl hunters and turkey hunters. Yes, there's a huge problem on managed waterfowl areas, but the problem is much bigger than the license plates in the parking lot. Current studies have shown with GPS backpacks, ducks using managed areas will go nocturnal as soon as the season starts, and it takes very little human pressure to cause that. Yet you're not addressing limiting hours that people can use the marsh, people running mud motors wide open, the number of shells hunters take into the marsh, or the amount of hunters with a draw system. You just point the finger at non-residents. Meanwhile, residents will call their buddies to slide into their spots on days that their lights out and take 8 limits of ducks out in one spot to make a good social media post. They get off work at 3 p.m., blowing in the parking lot to race their Black Death mud motor on Excel boats across the marsh with 1 hour shooting light left just to shoot at every duck that comes within slight range. This is not a managed waterfowl area. It's a free for all, and it's a problem in many states, not just Kansas. You also want to include the areas with no pressure that I've helped pay for. You want to include federal ground that I've helped pay for, ground that I've hunted for years on weekends with no pressure at all. You do this because what you're doing will cause a bigger problem, and you realize it will cause a bigger problem with those hunters going to these areas. Honestly, how dare you guys take federal ground from hunters? You should be ashamed of that. However, I'm sure PETA supports your efforts on something like that. Please remember that a successful hunt is not pictures of piles of ducks. It's continuing a heritage of hunting all hunters need to stand together and manage that the good Lord's provided for us. We're all hunters and we're all in this together. We have plenty of organizations trying to take hunting privileges away from hunters. Please don't add your names to that growing list. And I know you said you want to put workshops together and study this, but when he brought this to you in the middle, I forget your name, you wanted to vote on it that night. You wanted to pass it that night. It's on video. It's out there. It's being seen. You say one thing, but that night you wanted to pass this right then. It's on video out there. I've seen it. You asked if we could get this done before the upcoming hunting season without taking in consideration from other hunters. So I ask that you all please reconsider this.
I'm Will Coakley, and I'm born and raised in Liberal, Kansas. I own about 10,000 acres in Unit 3, northwest of Hays, Kansas. I operate hunting on about 30,000 acres up there. And what I want to talk to you about hasn't been talked about yet, but it's a reduction of out-of-state tags for deer. And I feel like a lot of this stuff might be smoke and mirrors to take our attention away from that. But we can't operate and supplement our farm income with deer outfitting if we can't figure out who's going to be able to come hunting until April, 6 months before deer season starts. And I contend that I can manage a deer herd on my 30,000 acres way better than y'all folks can. I know what deer I got there. I run 40 cameras. Yeah, I supplemental feed, but I can't operate a business whenever maybe 30% of my clients can draw a tag. And Mr. Jaster told me that there is an initiative to reduce the number of out-of-state tags because in-state hunters don't like out-of-state hunters. Well, I like to run a business. And if you want to come and hunt deer on my land, you can pay the same as the out-of-state hunter, and we can do business. But if you if you think that you're going to run off out-of-state hunters and I'm going to therefore say in-state hunters, you can hunt on my land for free, that's not going to happen. What I'll do is get as many depredation tags as I can and smoke all the deer I can, because I don't want to feed them if I can't make any money. Why do I want to feed everybody else a deer? I don't want people traipsing all over my property, trespassing. I want to run this like a business. I get $20 to $30 an acre for pasture rent. I can get way more than that for a deer hunt. So, you got to take this into consideration that you're also hurting. Greg, you missed out on the farmer's income. The farmers are relying on deer income to supplement it because you got drought conditions. Sometimes this year, first time in 150 years, we didn't harvest a single acre of wheat because of the drought. And then lastly, the doe season's got to go. If you think there's a problem with the deer population, why are you letting does get shot after December 31st? That's just stupid. It's intuitively wrong to shoot does if you're worried about your deer population. I kept it under the 2 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Thelston Kirkendall. I am a 6th generation farmer here from Kansas. My family's been paying state taxes since state taxes existed. This whole supplemental feeding thing and CWD is made up. I want you to all think about this avenue too. You have no right to tell anyone what they can do on their private ground, period. It's asinine for bureaucrats sitting here, paid bureaucrats. Mr. Lovelace, how much money do you make a year sitting here at this table? It's public knowledge.
Sure.
So I know it's $120,000 of our taxpayer dollars goes into your pocket.
Licensing is what pays ours.
It's a small point. My point is, it's unconstitutional for you to even try to sway landowners to do anything with their land. CWD is made up. Any farmer that has ever farmed anything can tell you about field loss. That's when a combine goes through the field, cuts the corn, some corn falls out on the sides. That's when CWD would have started, if ever, 100 years ago. Second point I'd like to make about the outfitters. I have been blessed to know an outfitter that has leased all our ground for 30 years. He's one of the first outfitters in the state, and he has done more for the ground and heralding it and taking care of it than the government could ever dream to do. If anybody wants to stand up and talk about wildlife and parks and how corrupt the organization is in many different points of what you've done over the last years in Osage County, we can talk about that on the side. But it's unconstitutional. Straight up, to the point, nothing else matters. It is against the civil rights of American citizens for you to come and tell me what I can do on my privately owned ground. It is mine. Unless I stop paying taxes on it, like my family's done for 6 generations on the same pieces of ground. It's crazy. Deer are not a resource that anyone owns. They are where they are. That's what they are. They're free moving animals. No one owns them. They're not a resource. Mr. Lieber, you are a liar. You did try to vote on this. And I love how the convenient time you all have chosen to have this meeting at 12 o'clock on a Thursday. You want people to start showing up. When you vote on this, I promise you, there will be thousands of us here. I'm going to spread the word on this because it is unconstitutional. It's as simple as that. And if you don't think so, you are wrong. You are so wrong. Not only that, it'll never pass the House, the Senate, or the Attorney General. This is a waste of time. Thank you.
Well, you come up here. Could you wait just a minute? He's been wanting to come up for quite a while.
Harlan Anderson, Osage County, Melbourne Lake area. And in 1962, my brother was feeding cattle one morning, and here's this crazy looking animal in the feed bunk. It was a deer getting its supplemental feed. So we've been feeding supplemental feed to deer for how many years? So, you know, are we really, is the supplemental feed that the outfitters put out, is it really harming them? Because some of it, like the gentleman from Hayes, puts these nutritional supplements in it and helps them out. So how bad is supplemental feeding? And how many CBD cases, or what is there are in Osage County? I think there was one, and it was in a fenced area, in an elk herd, wasn't it? Yeah. So we don't have it. I have a picture on my wheat field, 42-acre wheat field. There's 100 deer on that. Do we have a deer problem in eastern Kansas? I don't think so. But and somebody said something about them eating corn. Well, last night they were eating soybeans too. There's anywhere from 5 to 20 every night in front of my house. So we don't have a big deer problem. We've got a problem that we aren't taking enough bucks or does, excuse me. What would be wrong with telling people you got to take a doe before you take a buck? Now, granted, in western Kansas, yeah, you got a problem. In eastern Kansas, I don't think so, even though there is a drought here. But I'm on Melbourne Lake, so they got plenty of water. But still, need to look at this real hard. Thank you.
All right. And you're next.
Mr. Lauber, you getting tired? You need coffee yet?
Huh?
You need coffee yet? You good?
Well, no, I'm staying awake.
Thank you for the thermostat thing. Hey guys, my name is Sam Voss. I work for Trophy Properties and Auction in the state of Kansas and Missouri. I also own on Melbourne Lake where that gentleman went, Franklin County and Coffee counties. I sell farmland for a living. I am not an outfitter. I am pro supplement feeding, very much so. I think there's been a lot of contention with the word bait. To me, that's not why I supplement feed. There are people that do. Inevitably, there's always going to be people that do that. And deer are going to hop the fence, go over to pet properties, deer that you've been hunting. That's life. That's how it is. That's every way it is. Me personally, we actually had a very good conversation a couple weeks ago. I've been reaching out to the commissioners, asking for their time. I had mentioned that I would personally like to take, and this offer goes to anybody. I'll take you out to my farm. I would be, there was a gentleman that said something about a killer, trophy hunter, and then for the sport. Well, I'm somewhere between trophy and sporting. Just last year, I've got a 5-year-old, almost 5-year-old daughter. She and I went out, we just watched coyotes. She loves coyotes. So anyway, deer and coyotes, and then turkeys and everything, right? So that's the sporting side. I do trophy hunt massively. I own 400 something acres, at least another 2,000 acres. I hunt anywhere I can. I am about the most ethical hunter that there is in the way of taking critters. And so to me, take that with a grain of salt. Some people don't like it. Some people do. However, I offered personally to show anybody that let go, Mr. Lauber, I've actually sold a lot of ground around your place. So anytime you guys would like to go, I'm offering you, I've got a enclosed air conditioned side by side. In my opinion, there's no excuse why you couldn't do that because it's very comfortable. It can go about anywhere. Come hang out with us. There's several people in this room as well that would like to offer that as well, I'm sure, or that would. I would like to email you guys my personal information, my cell phone, email, whatever it is. We spoke about it. Anything that you guys would like, we would like to see it. But a few things that I personally do not see, the science behind it, I just don't see it. No matter what, I don't see it. We're not testing the deer. Someone had mentioned about a cancer facility. If you test people in a cancer facility, they're going to have cancer. So the 122 deer that were tested last year, those deer are, of course, going to, something was already wrong with those deer from the jump, right? They acted weird. They found in an awkward situation, more than likely. I doubt someone killed it and said, "Hey, come check this deer." I don't see that happening personally. I'm pretty basic though. So that's one thing for me. I just don't see the science. I could tell you that personally, if there was something that said, if it was proven, I don't think we would have many of these meetings. I don't think people would want our deer herd to suffer or die. I put too much time, effort, money, time away from my family. I drive about 60,000 miles a year, each year for work alone, and I see a lot of ground. And I'm very passionate about hunting too, so much so that I made a career out of it. To me, this is not a science issue at all. And I'm not exactly sure how that word actually got thrown in. But for instance, my food, if you're going to talk about the science side of it, it's a feeding that I use that has high protein and different things as well. And I've read, consulted, and watched, I don't even know how many hours of YouTube to talk to or listen to people about how they supplement feed, what's good, what's not good, how not to switch deer's diet, things like that. But I just don't see the science side of it. So I apologize for saying that if it is, but it's not there yet. But again, if you show me, then maybe I would agree with you then. So what I would say, what I would like is if anybody wanted to, again, come with me, look around. I'll show you from top to bottom how I supplement with the different types of protein, the different types of feed, mineral. I use water. I don't care if it's next to a river. I'm always getting water to try and keep them away from certain critters in the water, the midge, things like that cause other issues. So I think the biggest thing is if you could truthfully show us a real number, a real, I guess, something that's solid as opposed to just the 10% tested, then I think more people would be maybe less emotional about it. And I think that would be the best start. Mr. Crossway spoke about this too. He said you guys are at the discovery stage. I hope that's the case, because if this were to happen overnight, it's not fair. It's just not a fair thing in my opinion. And so that's what I'd say. Be open-minded. Come right around with me, hang out. We can have some waters, coffee. The thermostat will be cold for you. And we can just hang out and see what everybody else in this room does. So thank you guys for your time.
All right. Let me second that too. If anybody wants to come right to Western Kansas. No, I don't have that.
Hello. I'm Andrew Clark. I'm from Western Kansas. I'm representing myself and several blue collar Western Kansas hunters out in my area. Promise not to talk about deer and deer supplementation here today. I'm here to discuss the lack of fur bearer harvest in the last 5 to 6 years and why that's an issue and what we can do to increase recruitment to get more sportsmen to get out there and harvest some raccoons and possums. And I'm also here to commend the board here for looks like we're looking to extend the season to year round, similar to what coyotes are, the trapping season of coons and possums. And that is phenomenal because it's a big issue that we're having. I also would like to add to that to try to encourage that to become a little bit more encompassing, allowing houndsmen during the running season to take raccoons. I feel as if that, especially on public property, would help to target some of these nest predators that we're having issues with. I also have a supplement that this fellow in the orange can provide to anybody that would like to see some of the data that I've put together regarding this issue. I would also like to encourage the fur harvesting to the night vision season to encompass raccoons and possums as well. That would probably help a lot of these folks that are out here getting about, that have pictures with several dozen coons in some instances, to get out and have an opportunity to harvest some of them, both on and off season. Well, if we would expand the season to year round and allow some of those thermal night vision optics be used, particularly outside of deer season, that would be awesome. I'm also here to voice support and KR 115-628, which limits non-resident pressure on public ground. It doesn't take that privilege away from folks. It's limiting a resource. See that no different than issuing a big game tag. Good waterfowling is a limited resource, and we are seeing a spike in user non-resident user use. So we would like to see that regulated as well. So thanks for everybody's time. And if anybody would like any supplemental information regarding some of the fur harvester numbers we're seeing here, that would be great. Thank you.
Good. All right. Now, is there any, first of all, when I'm done talking, we're going to take a little break, but is there anybody in the public that has anything other than the deer baiting, feeding question that they want to talk about? Yes.
I do.
Well, one more and then we're going to take a break. Go ahead.
Well, it's brought up a little bit, but my concern is the number of the non-resident deer tags. We've been bringing hunters in for sport for about 10 years. We have 8,000 acres that we have them hunt on. We like to bring in 12 bow and 3 rifle. It's just to supplement. I have buildings, I have historical buildings, and it was a way for us to pay to keep those up. Our problem is that we have had less than half of what have applied for those tags, draw tags. And so that in the last 2 years, we've lost between $22,000 and $27,000, which doesn't help us keep our business. We're not trying to make a lot of money. We're just trying to pay for what we have. And I just think that there could be a solution to this that's an easy solution if we would know who had private and who had public land, because how do you know how the land is being managed if you don't know if those hunters that are coming in are going to public or going to private? And on the other hand, we just don't want anyone coming in and hunting on our land because it's a liability. So what would be wrong with having the hunters that are non-residents apply for their license through the state, and the state taking care of that so they know who's coming in, and then let the land, I'm good with paying for a tag for those hunters, but then I know in April when they apply for the tag, how many hunters that I'm going to be planning for and are going to be coming in, and I can go ahead and sell the tag to them or add it to what they're paying. And then everyone comes out a winner.
Okay, well,
I'm sorry, my name is Susan Atchison. I'm in Osage County, Kansas. But my family owns land in 21 counties, and we also lease out 14,000 acres approximately for hunting. So it's a part of our income. It supplements our farming and cattle.
well, I appreciate that. Did we have an unsuccessful draw ratio of greater than 50% this year?
Levi, what was it this year? Where's Levi?
I'd have to pick up the, pull up the draw rate.
Last year, we had about a 75%
Yeah, I was thinking it was in the low 70s.
success ratio.
But it's by unit, so.
Right. Yeah, it varies.
Pull up the draw rates if we'd like.
I'd like to know what that is, because I'm not saying you're wrong, and it may have been just the way it worked for you, but last year, 75% of the non-resident applicants drew. Now, what happens if somebody draws for a buddy permit and they want to go with 4 different guys, and all it takes is for one person?
Right. And we're not doing that anymore because that
Yeah,
didn't work.
and that's disappointed a lot of people.
How many did we have apply last year?
Yeah, over 32 apply, we got 9 tags.
24 apply and we got 9 tags,
Okay, 21 apply, we got 5 tags.
21 and 5 tags. That
Yeah. Yeah.
Right, it varies by unit. Yeah.
Plus, most.
so, public, private, there's a huge difference, and we're trying to manage our land and have a business.
Well, everybody has a point, but now we're going to be, as far as the baiting and the feeding, this is going to be beat around for a long time. Somebody said that I wanted to vote on it last time. I was interested in voting on the non-resident waterfowl, and that isn't true. I agreed with that. As far as voting on this, I don't think anybody was very anxious to get started on a vote, because we haven't explained to the public what we're doing, because I anticipated this sort of reaction. Some of it is logical, some of which I agree with, some of which I don't. Huh?
We're talking about non-resident tags now. You totally switch back.
Yeah, I understand, because,
Keep it on topic, as you would say.
well, we'll keep it on topic, but I'm not exactly sure that we're getting at least statewide information on how many people didn't get applied. And we will review this. In fact, if you want to send us, the ideal thing would be to send an email that we can forward on.
Okay, that'd be great.
And we'll look at this. That's it. Huh?
Chairman Glover, there was 10,160 people in the state did not draw tags, non-residents. There were 21,980 that did draw tags. A lot of those were with preference points. Each year it's gone more and more.
Okay,
statewide.
so by that statistic, we're looking at about 60%, 70% were successful.
But a lot of those had preference points. With no preference points, you had less than 40% drew tax.
Okay.
You're just trying to cloud the data. You're not using real data. It's by unit.
If you have a comment, please come to the mic so everybody can
Yeah.
hear it online
Right
as
now,
well.
I want to take a break, and we'll be back and we can finish this. We'll be back at 2:00 sharp. All right, let's go.
This one's actually pretty good. Yeah, this one's actually pretty good.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like it. Yeah, I don't like it. I'm gonna spend the calories and sit on it. Steak and ice cream.
Yes.
And it'll be okay.
All right.
Thanks, Mom.
We've got a whole nother meeting to go to attend to here. We have a report on CWD coming up, and that will be an opportunity to ask some questions about CWD. And then at the end of the meeting, we have another opportunity for public comment if anybody wants to, but I'd kind of like to get through the meeting portion if we could. And ma'am, the lady who just spoke, you don't need to get up, but I would like for you to send me an email. And I didn't exactly understand what it is you were requesting, so I'd be interested to know.
The discussion is muted. Jason, could you fix that, please? We're still muted.
There we go. Sorry, good. Sorry, Sheila.
Yeah.
Can we start
I was
over?
just-
Can we
Yes,
start
ma'am.
over, please? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I was just pointing out that
Can you give your name?
Yes, sir. My name is Joel Morrison. I'm from the Emporia area. I just was pointing out that on your website that you state that you handle the public portion of your meetings prior to any other portion of this. So I would encourage us, due to the amount of time that most of us have spent coming here, not just myself, but other individuals, that we go ahead and deal with the
But
public
what you're
opinion. now.
talking about is what's known as a public hearing.
No, sir, would you like me to read it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Concluding with business is completed, the commission no longer takes out. Okay. The commission holds the public hearing, discussion, and vote at the beginning of each public meeting to ensure that ample time for public input prior to other commission activities. I would consider that a report on CWD is other commission.
Okay, and what that's talking about is
I
you look
think
at
it's
the
pretty clear.
agenda and were 7 items under the public hearing.
Right, but
And all
we
of
are the
those-
public, sir. We're here
I
to talk.
understand, but I haven't deviated from the agenda.
Were we doing public before public discussion before we left?
Those were public discussion on non-agenda items. Those are items that aren't on the agenda. And
So are
I'm
they the
saying
beginning of the meeting though?
I have chosen and recommended that we put those at the beginning of the meeting, but not for purposes of finishing those before we do the other business.
Right, but you don't state that on your website. I'm just trying to keep you consistent with what you
Yeah,
put on your own
I
website.
get
sir.
what you're trying to do, but
And that would be best use of everyone's time here, because I think everyone will watch and be happy to look at this, but some of us do need to travel and get home. Some of us have young children to pick up from daycare.
well, I understand, and of course I don't, but how many more people are going to want to come up here and talk? What do we go? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hands, 6 hands, 7 hands.
And one online.
Well, if we do that at this point, then I'm going to really request that we keep the time short. There is no established protocol for general public comment on agenda items. And we don't want that portion of the meeting to preclude the other business that we have to get done.
Sir, I would again point to your own policy on.
I
your
know, and
website.
you read the policy and we have followed the policy.
I would argue that that this would be another
Okay.
item.
Why don't you say what you have to say and we'll go ahead.
I was the last one to arrive here. I would like to give the other gentleman time to speak, if that's all right with you. And that way we give ample time for everyone.
Who wants to talk next? Go ahead.
I don't know that guy, but he exactly described me. I've got 3 little kids I got to get home to. So thank you, whoever you are in the nice suit. Hi, my name is Austin Ledbetter. And if it's okay, I'm going to face you guys. If I stand over there, it feels like I'm running for office or something.
I would prefer you use that mic. That's what it's for.
And I feel like if I look at you, then I know you're not sleeping. So I'm a bit of an odd duck here because, like I said, Austin Ledbetter, I'm from Sumner County. So I did drive a ways. And to echo what someone said earlier, holding these at noon on a Thursday isn't really conducive for a lot of people's normal work schedules. So I feel like you get a skewed view in the room of who's able to attend. So like for me, example, I had to take 8 hours of sick leave today to come out here to voice my concerns. But like I'm saying, I work 40 hours for a week. I don't farm. I work Spirit Aerosystems. I actually might be one of the few people in here who has no financial vested interest in these policies. But what I was here to talk about is how it impacts me in a personal way. And I thank you guys, first of all, for taking, some of the arrows and rocks that you've gotten. It is a passionate subject. For those of us, this is a passionate topic. This is what I spend most of my year working and saving money to be able to do in my home state. 36 years I've lived here. And my story, I'll keep it again under 2 minutes, is I grew up with a dad that got friends to try to teach me how to hunt. And because at the time we looked at baiting as like, that's what lazy hunters do. We don't do it. So guess what happened? I never saw a deer and I quit hunting. So as I became a father, I had a friend that got me back into hunting and said, dude, have you tried doing supplemental feeding to be able to see deer? I started it. Since then I've gone to 5 or 6 different states hunting there. And sometimes it's easier to hunt in other states than here, to be honest. But what I'm saying about that is now I've got a 13-year-old son. And like someone said earlier, I'm fighting against video games. I'm fighting against a lot of the things that are killing the spirit of outdoorsmanship and just adventuring in a child's heart these days. Just sitting on a couch and having a console in their hands is what I have to contend with. And again, this is just, I feel like I may not be the voice for everybody in this room, but I feel like I'm the voice for an awful lot of people that don't get to come here. There's an awful lot of people who are at their 40-hour-a-week job or on overtime, 50 and 60-hour-a-week jobs that can't be here for this kind of stuff. They can't take off work to come and voice their opinions. I can't tell you how many hundreds of friends I have that either currently hunt and are about to stop or no longer hunt because either they can't deal with the competition on public grounds because like you advertised in your thing that you sent out, 98% of this is a private state. So we're not a Western state. Managing us like a Western state, I think, would be a big problem for us. We have 2% public grounds to try to fit all the non-residents and us residents that can't afford other places to go. But again, all those people I'm trying to speak for that can't take off work to come here and tell you guys to remember us. Remember the residents or even the non-residents who sleep in their truck bed to come up here and try to get the best crack at a Kansas deer. Like I'm not faulting anybody for wanting to pursue what they want to do here. I do it in other states also. But the more that things are not correctly being handled in our best interest by removing the ability to supplemental feed and those opportunities by again, the numbers of our state having such little public ground, there's just a lot working against an average working class, middle class American guy that lives in Kansas to try to get a deer, to get an opportunity at a deer, unless got a friend that'll let you shoot a deer behind his swimming pool. Like that's about where we're at. It's a uphill battle that I'm just not really winning. But thanks. I appreciate you giving me a second
That's all right.
to talk. I didn't hear anybody else that had no financial interest in swaying you guys' decision. So I thought just me being a random normal person that works building airplanes, maybe that would mean something. Thanks.
Thank you. Kenny?
Kenny Graham out of Osage City. I've been up here several times, spoke to y'all. I'm really getting kind of tired of the fights. I really am. I've been coming to meetings now for the last 6. Never said a word at the first 4. What you all want and what we want as outfitters, as landowners, as private land hunters is all the same. It's all in line. It really is. Talked to Brad several times. Just talked to him yesterday, matter of fact. We've got to come together and start working together. But one of the biggest issues we're running into, I'm not going to apologize for making money off of hunting on land that I pay people to. And as it was said in the last meeting, I never met an outfitter did anything for anybody but himself. And that's when I cut you off in that last meeting. I took very large offense to that, as anybody out here should have, because I am 6th generation. My family came here in the 1870s. I moved away for a while, came back. I've ran a successful business for 30 years that I have given money, helped farmers and people consistently. We buy supplemental food. We buy food from restaurants. We buy food from the grocery stores, fuel. We bring a lot in. Do I feel for the guy that can't hunt, can't afford to do that? Yeah, I do. Because all you have is 2% of the properties. 2%. We haul numbers are going down, not up. Walk-in hunting area, and that's crying shame. And the quality of a lot of those places, I've got some around me, aren't there the way they ought to be. I think what you'll find when the outfitters come to you guys, because we're a business and we are a legit business. And I want to be looked at as a business because we bring over $200 million a year into this state. We are a partner with the Department of Economic Development and Tourism, just like you are. Our name's right below you. I will not apologize about that no more. I'm done. Do I worry about the deer herd? Absolutely. But what I worry more about than anything is the loss of my landowner and my resident rights given to me to do on 98% of the land, the little piece I own, what I want to do. There is not a guy sitting out here that owns a piece of land that wants the government or anybody else to come in and tell them what they can do with it. If you can show the science, CWD, I don't want to get on CWD, but if you can show the science that CWD affects it and not bring in 3 paid folks to come in and do your agenda the way you want it. I listened to all 2 hours of that meeting to say what you want. Not once did one member on this committee say, by the way, what are the advantages of supplemental feeding? Not one of you asked that. Nobody. When you look at rules, you look at regs, there's got to be signs. If you put a stop sign there, there's a reason there's a stop sign there. I appreciate you guys volunteering what you're doing, but don't give in to public opinion being ours or anybody's. We do have professionals, a lot of them. Jasper, a lot of them. Mr. Fricky can help us, but we ain't gonna help each other by fighting on this. Yeah, we got a turkey problem, but we always go back to the non-residents. Non-residents bring in the majority of the money comes into your department revenue-wise. And there were 21,960, not 50-some thousand, unless you count the additional doe tag that is given tax. There were 10,160 people didn't get to come and enjoy this great state and bring in not just money here, but bring in revenue. As one of the gentlemen said over here, that dollar turns around 4 or 5 times. I pay my landowner turns around and pays what he pays for his grain. The grain manufacturer pays for his seed. It goes on and on and on. And if we can't all, and I mean, everybody sitting out here, outfitters, landowners, you guys, My God, we got Hunter Nation involved, which I'm glad they're coming in here because they see infringement on our rights. Our own Attorney General has went out and said he's worried about infringement on our rights. Don't let us do that. Let's figure out somehow to work together. How many of you are hunters? How many of you are hunters? Okay, great. How many days do you spend in the woods each year? How many days do you spend working and in the woods? Do any of you spend 100? You do. Working on deer hunting, turkey hunting, you spend 100 days in the woods. That's impressive. How many of you spend 200, 300? Because we do. And yet, when we volunteer our services to the department, Brad, and we've talked about this, we've volunteered to allow CWD testing on our deer, and you're going to find there's none because taxidermists test ours, Dustin does. You're going to find that we are more than welcome to open our books to you, not our financial books. We're welcome to open to you how many deer we kill or buck-doe ratio. What's buck-doe ratio, Jasper, on your public ground? What's your buck-doe ratio?
Depends.
Depends.
And I'd have to look up the numbers, but I don't remember.
That's thank you. I can tell you exactly what ours is. Now, I ain't gonna say we hit it on the money, but we hit it pretty close. I can show you for 30 years of doing this, the numbers as they fell and how actually our size of our deer has improved, the weight of our deer has improved, everything. Like I said, I'm not hitting on supplemental feeding, but that's because we work with the landowners, as every guy out here does. I want to ask that we lay the gauntlet down for once, and we take the commission, the department, the outfitters, the private landowners, the people just hunt public ground. Quit saying Missouri's this way because it ain't a war of the states, because I'll guarantee you with some of the rules you passed, they're going to reciprocate. And the one on hunting on public ground, I've already heard rumblings in Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, and Nebraska. They're going to limit Kansas residents from hunting in those areas. I don't even duck hunt, but you got to be careful what you do. Eyes of Texas are on you. And there was a gentleman here from Texas, did a very good speech. He was against baiting, but there's not a bigger state in the nation that baits than Texas. And they have one of the lowest CWD rates anywhere around. By far, they do. I appreciate it. I'm just asking, let's lay the gauntlet down. Let's start working together and helping each other. Western Kansas, agree totally. Go out there and look at the habitat. It's nothing but sand and stuff because of the droughts, because of the fires they had out there. Yeah, that kills animals. We do things ourselves, even in Eastern Kansas, that kills a lot of our game nesting birds on our public ground. My hunters killed 36 longbeards last year. Nobody hunted over half a day. I've got 3,400 acres touch the Melbourne Lake area. We never killed one bird on anything that touched the Melbourne area because they can't tell you how heavily it's hunted, how it's hunted, or what it's hunted. And I also want to encourage you, please go to an e-tag system where we can balance our checkbooks with real numbers instead of surveys.
All right.
Please. Okay. Thank you, guys.
All right, anybody else?
Mr. Chairman, we do have one online that's been waiting for a little bit.
Have him introduce himself.
Walker, go ahead. I'm going to ask you to unmute and you should be able to introduce yourself and say where you're from.
Walker Trimble, Coffee County. Thank you, Commissioner Lauber and the rest of the staff for letting me speak. I also want to thank the KWP staff and the commissioners for doing a typically thankless job. This wouldn't be a fun one, but you guys are doing a great job. There's not a whole lot more I can say that hasn't already been pounded deep into the ground, but I will say that I talked to several commissioners on this supplemental feeding issue over the phone prior to this meeting. And I actually had one commissioner tell me that it wasn't a private land issue. So I think that we probably maybe need a little more education with the commissioners even before we go forward with this. I do want, one thing that I haven't heard that I did hear a little bit earlier, but not a whole lot, was that if this does go forward, I think the state will need to be okay being a little more liberal on the deprivation permits on the deer. If myself, I fed 7 tons last year of straight corn. And that was over probably 10 different spots. But if I didn't feed that 7 tons of corn, those deer are going to go somewhere else to eat. They're going right back to the farmer's pocket, and they're going to come to the state asking for more deprivation tags. So I think that if this commission decides to move forward with this, I think they also need to think about the repercussions that could follow. You know, the state doesn't come in and tell any of us what we can eat for dinner. And so I don't think that any of the state should come in and tell us how we're going to feed animals in our own backyard. I've never once heard the states come in and say I can't have poultry, pork, or beef for dinner. So I don't know why they're telling me what I can do in my own backyard to feed the wildlife. It's been touched on briefly. Mr. Voss talked about it, and then the gentleman previously talked about the economics of this. Not only do we take into account our local feed stores, that Jade Seed and Outdoor Supply that's made their own deer blend for what works best for Eastern Kansas, but as well as our real estate values. We're looking at a crunch on a lot of counties. A lot of counties in our area, Eastern Kansas, are selling land at inflated values for recreational properties, which comes with more taxes. People coming up here traveling to hunt those properties. If we get rid of our baiting, I see those recreational values dropping off tremendously. The last thing, and it's more of a question just to think about on this subject. I've always had a little trouble with this, but I don't have an issue paying for a tag. It's what we always have to do. I find it difficult that if we pay for a tag, we're the one trying to keep our deer herd healthy. We're the one making sure that if there's an injured buck, I'm putting my tag on that buck. I don't want to see any animal go through any undue stress or just really not being successful in living. I don't want to see anything limp away. So, and I believe every outdoorsman's the same. Every outdoorsman and outdoorswoman would be the same way. If there's an animal that comes in, that it's best just to put them out of their misery and not let them struggle any further. So when we pay for a deer tag, we pay to feed these deer. We do what we can to improve the herd health. But all of a sudden, if that deer happens to be hit on the highway, as the state is claiming ownership for these deer, where we're paying your tags and all that, that deer gets hit on the highway, and now it's not the state's ownership. If someone gets in a car wreck, they don't turn around and sue the state for that deer accident if there's a fatality. So somewhere in a split second, there is a transfer of ownership of that deer where we're paying for a tag and we're trying to improve the health of that deer, to all of a sudden it's not ours, which is hard for me to understand. Lastly, and not on that subject, it goes to the thermal. We talked about it a little bit earlier. I had also talked to the commissioners I spoke to on the phone about something that's hard for me to understand as well, that we cannot thermal hunt from an elevated position. I had called out even to Pratt, talked to Colonel Kaiser. I could sit in my redneck deer blind or my deer stand, and I could thermal hunt from there. Why can I not have a rack in the back of my side-by-side, the back of my truck? It's not moving. Why can I not hunt from that elevated position, but I can go sit in a box blind, a deer stand, wherever else? To me, it makes no sense. A couple of the commissioners that I talked to, they had not even participated in the thermal, but they had at that point strong feelings against it. We had great conversation. They understood where I was. I understood where they were. It was very pleasant to speak to them. But what I want to say is it's not a video game. It's not as easy as what it looks. You just don't go out and just whack and stack everything. If you've watched the videos online, it looks easy. It's not. It's work. It's cold. It's windy. So a lot of times it's not enjoyable, but we still continue to do it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Walker. Any other question? Yes, you had your hand up off and on all the afternoon.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the commission. Thank you for beginning the discussion of deer baiting in Kansas. This is just the beginning of this discussion. I understand that. We got a long ways to go, and I appreciate that. My name is Kurt Ratzlaff. I'm the chair of the Kansas chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. We're the sportsman's voice for our public lands, waters, and wildlife. Deer baiting is not allowed on public lands in Kansas and hasn't been allowed for quite a while, and we just clarified that. So why am I here? Well, it comes down to the basic principles established by the founding fathers of our country. Over 2 centuries ago, it was decided that our wildlife are owned by the public. The public own the wildlife by all Kansans. When our country was created, the founding fathers wanted a different way of life than they knew in Europe. They didn't want all the land owned by the royalty, so they changed things. In America, individuals can own land, not just the royalty. And in regard to the wildlife, they adopted a principle known as the public trust doctrine. And that doctrine has become clearly the law of the land. Under the public trust doctrine, the wildlife in America are owned by the citizens. It's a clear historical fact. In America, we don't have the system where there is the king's deer. That's not what we have. Under the public trust doctrine, the state government manages all of the wildlife for the benefit of we the people. And it's been that way since our great country began. Later on, we developed what has become known as the North American model of wildlife conservation. And that has become by far the most successful wildlife management system the world has ever seen. Pursuant to the North American model, the wildlife in the state are managed by the State Wildlife Agency, and that's you folks. You're charged with the difficult task of managing the wildlife of the entire state for the benefit of we the people, the state, the citizens of the state of Kansas. And under the North American model, you follow good, solid, sound, scientific principles and manage the entire Kansas deer herd. And by the way, all the other critters that are out there too, which is just a piece of cake for you guys, right? I don't envy your job in the slightest. But Kansas BHA will be watching to make sure that you do follow the North American model and that you do what is right for the deer in Kansas, because that's the criteria. Under the North American model, we do what's right for the deer. They belong to all Kansans and not the people that own the land where they happen to be standing at that point in time. That's the permission side of things. Ownership of the animals belongs to the citizens. And again, that's a historical fact. So we'll be watching the evidence that comes in at your hearings, and we're going to be listening to the arguments, and then we're going to be determining our position on this issue. But once all that information is in front of you, if deer baiting is a problem in Kansas, then your job is not just to address that, but to address everything else that's a problem for the deer in Kansas. Anything, carcass movement, if we need additional testing, that needs to be done, whatever it is. If there's a problem, it's your job to manage and preserve the deer for us and our future citizens. And you're the trustees for us. And that's the way it is. You are the trustees for us. So please don't listen to social media influencers. Don't listen to rock stars. Don't listen to people making a quick buck. Don't listen to people who want to be a king. Follow the North American model, please. It's a proven method of preserving our wildlife and our hunting. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there any other public comment?
Okay, so my name is Adam Gargaletti from John's Sports Center, Pittsburgh, Kansas. We've been in business since 1955. None of that matters, except for we've handwritten licenses forever. So like every fee, income, whatever you want to say, it's came from us partially, especially during COVID when everybody's closed down. We continued to supply income for you guys. What I see is I never see a non-resident come in and complain about how much it costs. Never. So 1976, I've been doing this. Never had a non-resident complain. If they complain, they're not going to spend any money anyways. So they're willing to pay to play. So different time, different subject. I think you guys should study that. They're obviously willing to pay. The people that are coming in wanting to outfit and stay with the nice lady that spoke, they need to come in. They need to spend money. I don't agree with the Texas guy. They're going to drop money. 50% of our sales, especially expensive stuff, it's non-residents. They're in the mood. They're on vacation. They're getting to hunt. Did they see a deer? Who knows? They shoot one? Probably. The feed deal, I'm for it, but neither here nor there, so I'm going to decide it today. But point being, there's money to be had in the state of Kansas within the system we already have. It just needs tweaked majorly. I call on the game wardens on Saturday and Sunday to make sure we're doing stuff right for licensing. They usually know the answer, but just thoroughly believe there's a lot of money left on the table, from printing with Travis Valley, printing for the fishing game books, to advertising. You got time, call me. I can get a couple $1 million in your guys' pocket, no problem. There's a lot of money there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, yes.
I'm Todd Amershak, from here in Pittsburgh, Kansas, Frontenac. I've talked to a couple of you guys in the past. Mine's not the deer hunting so much. I don't deer hunt anymore. I understand, and I'm not bashing anybody, but I do all my buying, my merchandise off Adam over here. We're to the point. I'm just a good old boy, works 40 hours a week, and can go hunting and fishing, take my kids. We got a motto here: pass it on. It's hard to pass it on when we have no hunting ground, when it's all leased. How do we pass it on to our young kids and to our next generation when we got 2% of the hunting ground? You know, people make a living at it. In my opinion, that's not the way it's supposed to be. That's not the way it's supposed to be. You know, I hunt ducks. We do a lot of duck hunting. We used to do a lot of quail hunting. Quail hunting in this area was wonderful at one time. We have no quail. And my problem with that situation is, have we tried to find out what's going on with the quail population in our state, in our area? And we're more worried about big game because it brings more money. We worry about the turkeys. We worry about the deer because those tags are $350 or $500 or whatever they are, $250, whatever, by the time you get the out-of-staters in here, and then, you know, to get those tags. But the quail, we've let our quail population go to nothing. We don't try to help the farmers to plant grasses that would help the quail. We got fescue in all of our waterways, fescues in the ditches. Quail don't like that. I'm not a wildlife biologist, but I'm smart enough to know that they can't get through it when it clumps up and get around. They can't. They don't nest in it. They need the native grasses. But we've let our quail population go down to nothing. And we were known in this country at one time for our quail hunting and our pheasant hunting. Those populations are down in Western Kansas just the same. We're more worried about making the dollar than what we are about our wildlife and our future with our children. You know, the duck hunting. I got pictures right here on this phone. I was showing the game wardens earlier. And there was a man that came up here and talked earlier about the out-of-staters not being liked by the in-staters. Well, I can tell you right now, I have nothing against an out-of-stater coming in here hunting. I don't. But when they treat us like they've treated us over there at that St. Paul Refuge, and they have, and I've got pictures of it. I had an 84-year-old dad, my brother, my son, and myself 2 years ago hunting at St. Paul Refuge. We set up 250 yards, and we got a small refuge. And I've been hunting that since 1975. My dad started hunting in 62, probably when they opened it. They started building it in 61. So I cut my teeth in that refuge over there. And I walked in with jersey gloves and rubber waders and no equipment like we have now. We didn't have Sitka. This is how we hunted. My dad went down to their store and mooched stuff because we couldn't afford nothing. And his grandpa used to give my dad stuff so he could take us hunting. This is the truth. We have come so commercialized with everything and money that we're running the sport. We're running it, period. I go over there. I'm pulling my boat out after we set 250 yards from this man. And this was an out-of-stater from Louisiana. There were 7 of them. They start cussing us. I got my son out there, my dad. They're cussing us. This went on for 20 minutes. I had to listen to this. Finally, I said, enough. I've heard enough. They were shooting ducks. We were shooting ducks. There was no problem. We were both getting our ducks, but they didn't like it because we set 250 yards from them. There was a mound that you're legally have to set on, as Mr. Ratliff back there will tell you, because he manages a place with Monty Mombeck. You can set on that mound, but we didn't. We skipped the mound to go down the hedgerow a little farther to get farther away from these guys to treat them right. I come out of there that night. It was about 34 degrees, spitting ice, spitting snow with my dad and my son, my brother. I backed the trailer in. It was dark. Went to pull the trailer out. And my brother says, Todd, stop. I look back and I got a flat tire on my boat trailer. So now we're changing the tire out there. Somebody thought it was real funny. This is what we deal with. And people say, oh, they want to pick on the out-of-staters. No, you don't know what's going on over there. You guys have no idea what's going on over there. And we get home. We change out. I get home. I take the tire apart, take off the valve stem, and I got a picture of it right here. I just showed the game wardens back there. They had got a little pebble and took it and put it on my valve stem and put the cap on for a slow leak. Now, these, are the assholes we're dealing with. And that's what they are. Because we could have got out on 47 highway, took off down the road, had a car wreck, killed us, killed somebody else because of a duck. Because of a duck. And they wonder why we have a problem with them. The game warden who runs it. His son goes hunting in pool 2. Some guys from another state thought he was sitting too close. He was sitting in a legal mound away from these guys. He was doing everything. The boy was doing everything legal. I've hunted with him. He's class act. About probably 18 at the time, 17, 18, I think 18. They rip off 3 shots across his decoys. Boom, boom, boom. He calls his dad. His dad is Monty Mombeck, who runs the refuge. He says, Dad, I'm leaving. Monty says, what's up? You just got there. I'm leaving. I just got shot at. Monty comes down, walks out there, does his thing, goes, guys, what's going on? I just had another complaint. This is the 3rd complaint this time when you're in town that I've had on you guys. The 3rd one. I'm done. Pack your stuff up. You're going. They shot at this kid. I mean, over a duck, you guys. And I'm preaching to you guys because this is going on. And I'm not picking on guys because these are not guides. These are just out-of-staters coming in and hunting. These are not being guided hunts. The next 3 days later, a guy from Columbus, Kansas gets threatened with a guy with a handgun out there. Same marsh, same area. Mr. Ratliff can tell you all about it. And I'm bringing Travis up because he's a friend. I hunt with him and Monty. We're close. This is what we do. He can tell you the story. It was reported. The guy was from Arkansas that did the threatening. About 3 or 4 days later, Mr. Mombeck goes back in there because his son left the dog control on the mound, the electric collar. Monty went back in there to retrieve it off the mound. This guy jumped in a boat with 3 guys from Texas. He was boat horn at the boat ramp is what we call it. Hey, can I go with you? Can I go with you? They let him in. They didn't know him. He threatens Monty because he thought Monty was ruining his hunt. He threatens Monty. He threatens Monty's family. I know where you live. Now this went on. So what'd they do? They got the highway patrol in there. They got the sheriff in there. Travis went down there. They all went down there and they got this guy. Come find out. No license, no Kansas duck stamp, nothing. And he's been in our he's been in our refuge This is what we're dealing with these people who don't respect us or our state. This is our state. This isn't theirs. I don't mind out of stairs. I hunted 4 rivers over in Missouri for years. That was one of the nicest places to hunt. Those people treated you right. They didn't crowd you. It was a good place to hunt. The game wardens were awesome. But this is what I'm dealing with. It's not guys that we hate out of staters. It's not that. Most of us don't. I'm sure there's some people that do, but people are weird.
Okay,
But that's what I'm telling you. I mean, I'm just telling you right now, just to finish this up. Do what you got to do. Let's get this taken care of. South Dakota limits theirs. They got draws for their duck hunters. We got to do something. I mean, it's bad. I mean, when you start threatening people with guns and start letting air up tires and slicing tires, not a good situation. And that's all I got to say. And please work on our quail population.
All right, thank you. Time to get away. All right, yes, sir.
I'm going to try to be eloquent here, but there's been a lot of things discussed today and my head's all over the place. But I'm from Central Kansas, just south of Abilene. I graduated from Bethany with a sports management degree. I worked for the Department of Corrections in Ellsworth at the prison for 5 years.
What's your name?
My name's Kyle Lorson. Yes, sir. And I apologize for some of the things some of you have experienced from other people, but in the world we're in, there's a lot of people making bad choices, and we can only control what we can control, right? But my whole goal growing up hunting, I'm the only son that could come back and farm. I have no cousins. I have nothing like this. My dad, my uncle are farming by themselves. I saw this as an opportunity to build a business where I could afford to farm. I started my outfitting business on my family ground, communicating with local neighbors who are trusted family people to help them farm, to help us farm, and appreciate the wildlife. I can't speak for every outfitter in the state, but the operation that I ran, I'm very, very strict on our age management protocol. We kill no 3.5-year-olds. It's lots of fine. I select certain 4.5-year-old deer that are studied by game cameras and watched year to year to year. I have multiple external hard drives where I save every single trail camera picture that I have where I am studying. I want to know the deer that I've got, and I would gladly share any of the information I have for any study that anybody would ever want to do. Because right now I'm around 12,000 acres of private family owned ground and local neighbors. It's in pretty good cluster in one area. But I know if anything was to change on the supplemental feeding of things, I would lose the ability to give information to my hunters of saying, this is a 3-year-old, don't shoot him. Or you're going to have a $2,500 fine if you do. If you shoot this 4-year-old that we're trying to get to maturity, here's another $2,000 fine on top of the $1,500 fine. It takes me 4 years for a deer to reach maturity for these people who want to come in to actually to have the product to give them. So it's very, very important to me in my operation that quality over quantity. We aren't trying to overhunt. We've had about a 50% success rate. The lady that was talking about losing out on opportunity to have hunters in. I was out camping last May with my family, and in a matter of 15 minutes, I learned that 6 of my 13 hunters didn't draw a tag. So there went $25,000 in 15 minutes. But my lease fees are the same. My expenses are the same. And so I was trying to run a club to where I had the same individuals coming back year to year to take ownership of the properties, to make it their own, to recognize that, hey, I can let this 3-year-old, 4-year-old walk because I'm coming back next year. I'm going to have an opportunity to have them in a more mature state. And I've had to abandon that philosophy and abandon the club scenario and have to go back to 6-day guiding just for the fact that I can't guarantee that I'm going to have the hunters that I have, because I'm not selling the spot behind them. It was their spot. I'm not trying to double book it, because then if you double book it and they both draw, then I've got way too many and I'm not going to take that many deer off of my property. I don't want that. That's not my purpose. My purpose was to go to my neighbors, help them afford their co-op bill that's the same as mine, and do that. And I know we've had some great conversations in here today, and some information's been learned by me that I've noticed our turkey population going down. We do have a good number of quail. Our pheasant numbers are far and few between, but there are some. Of all the properties that we hunt one day at the last weekend of the year for any upland bird. I have a group of friends that come in and we spend one day hunting it. And, you know, it's unfortunate because that's what I grew up with, but, you know, hunting opening day of pheasant season is a holiday for most people. But all I can say is I've been on work for the state for 5 years, and I know your job is thankless, and there's a lot of stuff goes into it that is not fun to do. And that's why I'm back at the farm where I can hide my head in the sand a little bit. But, you know, I don't want everyone to think that because you have an outfitter after the name of your business, that you're an evil person or you're trying to do something negative. I've always offered, if anybody's ever approached me with opportunity to lease ground, I'll ask, is anybody else hunting it? Is there a neighbor? Is there a son? Is there a nephew? Is there anybody? Well, yeah, someone hunts it. Did you offer it to them first? Because I don't want to be the guy that stole it from them. Offer it to them. But I've also had guys approach me that say, my granddaughter just had a premature baby that's been in the NICU for 3 months, and we're struggling to make a payments on this. Would you be interested in leasing our ground? Absolutely. How much do you want? Like, what can we, let's negotiate this. Like, to me, it's about helping my neighbors and helping my family. And I've got 3 kids of my own, and I want to teach them how to hunt and have this, you know, so there's always an evil aspect to it, but it's people making a living. It's people trying to survive and do what they can, because everyone's experiencing the harsh reality of inflation right now and how expensive it is to be here and just live and eat, you know. So it will make my job harder to sell if you guys do a ban on this, because the product that I'm selling to what I'm charging for, I'd feel ashamed of myself for still charging that if I couldn't provide the information to my clients of what they are. So I'm the management side of it is the most important part of my job, rather than it's making money. So I just wanted to speak it from that side of it. If you took it away or made it a ban completely, it would be hard. But as long as I would have a portional part of it to be able to inventory and manage my deer and see what survived and what's out there, you know, then I'd be okay. But a complete ban, I don't think that benefits anybody, honestly. So I just wanted the opportunity to say that. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Hello.
I do have one online after him.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here today. The board, sports staff, and the law enforcement here in Southeast Kansas. My reason for being here today is about the wildlife and the resource of the state of Kansas. It's not about the opportunities outside the resource. So I got some comments, some statements, and maybe some questions for the staff.
Tell us your name.
My name is Kurt Turlip. I live in Pittsburgh as we speak. 4th generation here. So I wrote the commission a letter about 2 or 3 years ago, and a little bit of reply, but not a lot. And I want to update the commission on the state of the resource in Southeast Kansas. That's why I'm here. I don't care about baiting, but I will give you the facts about baiting and just the condition of the wildlife here in Crawford, Cherokee, the surrounding counties here. An open, honest opinion without an agenda. So here we go. I'm here today to express the state of the wildlife in Southeast Kansas as a lifelong resident and outdoor enthusiast. I spend approximately 150 days a year hunting, fishing, or building wildlife habitat in Kansas. My family owns over 30 farms in Southeast Kansas. I lease thousands of acres for hunting and recreation only. That's why I think I have an opportunity to speak to this commission in an open and honest manner. It is my understanding that the commission is a steward of wildlife in the state of Kansas and should make decisions that benefit the wildlife in the state. If that is the case, then this board should protect the interests of the wildlife first, not the businesses that make a profit off of the resource. I have some topics to discuss with the commission. These are the conditions of the resources in Southeast Kansas. I would like to touch on the topics, add a few recommendations. I also have a few questions for the sports staff. Deer hunting in southeast Kansas. The deer population is out of control in southeast Kansas, as everyone knows. Kansas was recognized years ago as a trophy state. Now it is just a state that you can fill a tag. Overharvesting of bucks, of the buck population, and the underharvesting of doe population has caused pressure, and generous limits have made everyone a buck hunter, mostly harvesting immature deer. Bait piles have increased everyone's success by 90%. Again, 90%. Solutions to help manage the program. Put a point restriction on the antlers deer. Decrease the out-of-state buck tags. Shorten the regular season and add an additional week to the doe season to reduce the numbers of does. Every tag holder should shoot a doe before they shoot a buck. The state of turkeys in southeast Kansas. The population of turkeys in southeast Kansas has suffered like it has suffered throughout the state due to marginal hatching, lack of habitat, and overhunting. Out-of-state pressure and resident pressure, along with bait piles, are the issue. Outfitters that are hunting over corn piles will kill all the turkeys. Again, all the turkeys. I know this for a fact. I guided for an outfitter in Bourbon County for 3 years. First year, we had 17 hunters in there, killed 34 turkeys, and it didn't persist until we ran out of turkeys. Solution to help manage the program, reduce the tags like you guys are doing, eliminate the fall season, and don't allow hunters to hunt over bait. The duck hunting, big topic, right? Duck hunting in southeast Kansas is a total disaster. Our state, out-of-state hunters and in-state hunters are at each other's throats over here. Trespassing on private property is a daily occurrence. Disagreements on how the state refuges is being managed with crops being planted and water being available to hunt on a day is a daily topic of discussions and dissent. Applying a 4-day restriction on out-of-state hunters is not going to solve the problem at the refuge. You still have the problem 3 days a week. You're just redirecting the problem to 4 days a week to the local landowners. So what I'm trying to say there is if the commission thinks that out-of-state restrictions on duck hunting they're going to be allowed to hunt Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, none of your in-state hunters are going to hunt on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. None of them, because there's too much pressure at St. Paul. It's just too much. So you actually cut the season for the out-of-state hunters unless they want to hunt on, with outfitters, or if they can get permission on private property. So then the residents have 4 days to hunt, and you overfill the capacity of the refuge with in-state hunters on those 4 days. So it's not going to solve the problem. So I think the best way to solve the problem is of course, as you guys have discussed, is do an out-of-state draw and then make South Dakota or some other viable option as far as restricting out-of-state hunters in the state of Kansas. The quail and rabbit are the ground dwellers, right? It's just like Todd said, I've been an avid quail hunter in southeast Kansas since I was 16. I'm 65. I don't hunt quail anymore because there's not a huntable population of quail in Kansas. And it's beyond me why the state even has a quail season or a rabbit season in southeast Kansas. So solutions to help, again, maybe close the season, reduce the bag limits, and help the habitat. Fur bearers, you guys are talking about coons and possums and so on and so forth, the egg production predators. These guys aren't going to shoot. You open the season, year long, they're not going to shoot the coons. They're not going to shoot the possums. Now, if the state would come and put a bounty on them, $10, that the state would pay, give 120 tags, $10 a piece, they're going to pay attention. They're going to shoot them. But it's a proven fact that we have an open season on coyotes. They're a predator, and nobody's shooting the coyotes in June, July, and August, September, October, whatever. They're not shooting them.
Yes, they are.
Well, maybe the outfitters are, right. Yeah, but anyway, they're not gonna harvest them. So I'm gonna get off here. I got other things to do, and I know you guys too. But I hope you take my experience in Southeast Kansas as a fact-finding mission, not an agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we've been
Chairman.
at this for 3 hours. And there's one online that's been patiently waiting.
Alexander, I'll ask you to unmute and then you should be able to announce your name and your location.
I appreciate you guys letting me speak. My name's Alex Wilcox and I'm from Charleston, South Carolina. I won't begin to act like I have as much merit as the people of Kansas in speaking, but I would like to provide a different perspective as far as it goes to out-of-state duck hunting. I've heard the past couple of gentlemen talk about St. Paul Refuge, and I'm not very familiar with that as I tend to hunt further west. But we come to this state, a lot of us from South Carolina, and we drive 24 hours through the night to get there. It's a big task. And when we come, we're not out there to kill anyone's chance at killing ducks. I understand that out-of-state hunters have probably put a bad taste in a lot of in-state hunters' mouths, and I understand that because I'd be in your same shoes. However, we face these same problems in South Carolina. I don't believe it's a problem with the out-of-state hunters as much as it is with the culture around duck hunting. With banning the out-of-state hunters to a certain amount of days, this is going to greatly reduce the amount of hunters that Kansas sees and the amount of money that we put into the economy. I mean, when we go and hunt, we're staying there days at a time because ducks are a migratory bird. They start up in Canada. They come down through the Dakotas, to Nebraska, and Kansas and Oklahoma. They're no more anyone else's ducks in the state of Kansas than they are Oklahomans, people from Nebraska, people from Canada. When we go, we put miles and miles in the truck, burn plenty of tanks of gas, we eat out, we're putting money in the economy that might not be there otherwise. And we've made some great relationships with farmers and other people of Kansas that we met along the way. I believe that not all out-of-staters are a burden, as some are maybe in certain refuges. I know Cheyenne Bottom has this amount of problems as well. But from my experiences, the places I've hunted, we've had no more than 3 groups of hunters on the entire lake. Yards and yards and yards between us. Everyone has a good time. No one gets on top of each other, and that's why we drive 24 hours across the country to hunt there. Because in South Carolina, we're facing, people that set up 100 yards away from you as well. One of the rivers I normally hunt, it's lined boats and boats and boats of people. The reason we come to Kansas is because it's not crowded, and I understand why that would, make a lot of residents of Kansas upset, as they deserve to have that to themselves as well. Just speaking from my experience, a lot of people here at this meeting, I've been watching for 3 hours. To hear about the deer, I'd be interested to hear more about people of Kansas that duck hunt and how the majority of them view us, because like I said, I know a lot of people just from the years that I've traveled to Kansas that I've met, all nice people, and we all get along well. We still have this relationship today, still text them, and we talk about the bird count and whatnot. These are things that we enjoy about Kansas, and we don't get the opportunity to experience in our state. You've done such a great job with planting millet and sorghum and stuff like that, and all these places around Kansas that hold ducks and provide, you know, the numbers that they do. We don't get to experience that, and that's why we come. And to not be able to spend enough time there to actually get on the ducks and find them, we're just most likely going to end up moving our yearly trip somewhere else, just to make it worth it for us to drive 24 hours across the country. Oklahoma, the Dakotas, somewhere. If we don't have enough days, we probably just won't come. And I'd hate to see that for towns that depend on hunters coming in the wintertime, and people that have businesses that depend upon it too. So that's just my 2 cents, and thank you for letting me speak.
All right, thank you. All right, we're now going to move to the regular part of the meeting.
I raised the same issue.
All right, well, I understand.
Say something, and I'm too nervous to get in front of the microphone.
No.
I'm too nervous. I'm not gonna do it for saying. My name's Wendy.
We
can't.
We do
can't
need you
hear
on the
you.
microphone so the
Not
people on the
everybody.
web can hear you. Sorry, you'll be okay. And your name, please.
Brian Gargoletti. And I am married to Adam Gargoletti, who spoke about John Sports Center. We are a third generation store who's been part of the fabric of Pittsburgh for a long time. And just talking about, hearing people talk about their experiences coming to Kansas and hunting, we enjoy, and this is from an economic business point of view, seeing those people come in, spending time at our store. Out of towners will come in and like, I love this store. We don't have anything like it at home. That's our goal, is to make it a nice, warm, welcoming place for local people that come sit on the bar stools and chit chat with all of our employees that they've done for years, as well as making contacts and friends with out-of-state people that come hunt. A lot of the things that have been going on here recently, I haven't been here the whole time. Seems like it's an ethical hunting situation, and maybe more education needs to be introduced. And I would love to have that introduced back into the schools. I think that's an excellent opportunity to teach kids ethical hunting practices, how to handle weapons, all of that. And I'm nervous, so I lost my train of thought. But it seems like some metropolitan ideas are being put on rural communities that's how we survive. That's how we make our income. And we need to preserve that, teach hunting to this next generation, because it's going to be lost. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. All right, is there any last minute comments? You've already talked once, but come on up.
I did not speak at that time.
They need help.
Come over here, use that mic.
Other individuals have been given the opportunity to speak from this area, sir. I only wish to have the same opportunity so I can hold my notes here, sir.
Say what?
I would just like the same opportunity that other individuals have been given so that I can read my notes.
All right, how long do you expect to take?
You've set this at a 2-minute. I plan on being within that time frame.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Following your rules. First of all, my name is Joel Morrison. I did state that earlier. Thank you, Secretary Lovelace. As Secretary Lovelace has pointed out, funding for the agency and as hunters as well comes from us as the individuals. It comes from individuals buying firearms, bows, and other ammunition. Their funding is from us. So I come here to talk as a general force. That's why I asked to speak from here, because I really came to speak to you and the commission, everyone in this room. It's very important for us all to work together. This is not a issue that should divide us. This is an issue that should bring us together. We should be here to talk about this. We should have an open discussion. Those are the important things to understand as we move forward through this. So to talk about a few things that were brought up in our last area, the North American model, again, that was not biologists. That was us. That's us hunters. We're the ones that saved these species. We're the ones that put in the time. We're the ones that went out and did that. You see that across the world. No matter what system you use, it is the hunters that save it. A camera cannot save these animals. It is us that does that. Unfortunately, that is being threatened. It is the youth that we are failing right now. That is our number one issue. So if we look at this, CWD was brought up, talked about a lot. One thing I want to throw out there in reference to that is you can look at there was a CWD section set up in Southeast Texas where they did over 1,600 forced. It was you had to turn it in this area because there was CWD determined in this area. If you can go to Texas, it's the number one baiting, if you want to call it that, supplemental feeding, however you want to go, state in the nation. That study found, not study, I should say, the enforced area found that they had 1,600 samples turned in, and they know because it was forced to turn in. So that's every deer that was killed in that area. They did lymph node testing on that area. What they found, no cases, absolutely no cases. That is the only thing I'll say about that. I feel like that most people have gone through and covered that as well. So we talk about crop impact. That was discussed in the last meeting as well. Crop impact is a aspect of this. There is some impact to the farmer. And then we talk about feeders. Honestly, most of your, well, at least in my area, most of your stuff is found to be grown is soybeans, corn, milo, those things. These things grow during the summer. Most people are not running feeders during the summer. Most hunters are not running feeders during the summer. The impact, I would question that, don't know. The deer impact is a real thing. We do know that. We know numbers are large in this area. So that handles that. Sorry. Game bird impact. So again, the study talks about that they spoke on last time. The study is in reference to nesting. Nesting occurs from April to July. If you look at those for game bird, or sorry, April to August is when those game birds are out there. Most of us are not running feeders during that time period. If you look at the majority of hunters that are hunting, we can see this through the application when people are harvesting. Well, we don't know them when they're harvesting. So that's a good question. Again, these things bring up the important questions. And what I'd like to bring up is one, we're not running our feeders. Most hunters are not running your feeders throughout the summer months. This is the most impact. It's what we heard the most about. We heard about impact in those areas. We talk about predators. You can manage for predators. There are programs, there are ways to manage for these things. So in closing, to make this very sweet and simple, outfitters are not the problem. Out-of-staters are not the problem. That goes across this board. We have true problems. Our turkey population is in decline. We can all agree on that. What is causing that? What is doing that? We do know one way that we can, and I thank the commission for doing this, and looking at expanding nest predators, because that is a way that we really can impact those numbers. It's a tried and true way. We can't, honestly, we have limited funds in this state. You know, we just gave a raise to our game wardens. We need more game wardens. We need more funding for that. I would agree with those things. I think that it is imperative that we look at how this impacts us and what we can do that will actually do good. We do have a problem with turkeys, and we also have a problem with recruiting. We're dying. We are dying. That's why I started this off by saying that we need to work together. This should be across the board. The easiest way for us as hunters to get out and bring somebody into this is supplemental feeding. I'm sorry if that hurts somebody out there, but it really is. Anybody out there, you can put corn out. It gives you the highest likelihood. The gentleman spoke earlier that he quit hunting because he could not be successful. Success is the key to hunting. You have to be successful, or those people are not going to continue with this. We can all argue about this. We can talk. And the reason I say out of state and other areas are not the problem, because it won't be a problem in 10 years. There won't be anybody left. It will be us. We will be taken over. We will not be allowed to hunt. Our rights will be taken away. It's not, PETA's coming. People are coming for us. They don't like us. We need to stand together. And this issue just brings us all together. And I'm really happy because, yes, we can disagree on this, but we do need to stand together on this. So in my last thing, and the last thing I will say is, first of all, the commission, the majority of them do not hunt deer. That's the truth. You can look at it. I did a Kansas Open Records Act requesting all of their license purchases, including Secretary Lovelace. I'm glad to see that you do deer hunt. It's kind of a nice thing to see. All right. So basically, they have no vested interest in this. So what do I say by that? Why do I say this? Some of them don't even hunt or fish. That's the truth. So we need to simply look at it this way. We, as the individuals that do pay for this, because we are the ones that buy the tags, we are the ones that go out and purchase firearms, ammunition, and bows. We need to take this to the legislature. Don't let them do this. We need to directly go to the legislature. They said it best to themselves. They're scared of us. They're afraid we're going to take this to Department of Agriculture. We need to contact our legislators. They're the ones we elect. They're the ones that represent us. That's where we need to go. I would encourage anyone in here to contact them for or against. I don't mean that just by for baiting. And again, I have no vested interest in this outside hunting myself, but I do see that I want my children and I want other people to enjoy this sport as much as I have throughout this. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to move on to the regular meeting now. Brad, the agency federal state fiscal status.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brad Lovelace, Secretary.
One thing, Secretary.
Yeah.
For those that came, please make sure you sign the paper so we know we have your names all spelled right and everything like that. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you all for coming. So for the fiscal year 2024 began July 1st. And we were only 6 weeks into the new fiscal year. So an update on our funds. The park fee fund is derived from entrance camping fees and annual vehicle passes to our state parks. Total revenue for July was $1.25 million. July revenue is 10% higher than the same month for the previous year, so that's a good trend. Revenue for calendar year 2023 for the park fee fund has been good. Cash balance at the end of July was $6.56 million. Cabin net revenue for parks and public lands combined is from the rental of our cabins located in those areas. Cabin net revenue in July was approximately $144,000. This is also an increase from the previous year to date. The wildlife fee fund is derived from the sale of hunting and fishing licenses, big game permits, and tags to hunters and anglers. Wildlife fee fund revenue for July was $814,000. This is similar to revenue in recent years for July. So I want you to understand the trend, and the trend is consistent there. Cash balance in the wildlife fee fund as of the end of July was $25.5 million. This is a fund that virtually everybody except for on the park side in the agency draws from to do their work. Boating fee fund is derived from boat registrations. This is used to provide boating safety education and access infrastructure to protect and support the boating public. Receipts for July were approximately $173,000. That's an increase from the previous year, but less than the long-term average for that time period. Balance in the boating fee fund at the end of July was $2.6 million. Currently, budget, this is a hectic budget time for us. We're turning in numbers to the State Department of Revenue and Department of Administration. Current divisions are working on the fiscal year 2025 budget requests. Those expect to be similar to 2024, but for the wildlife fee fund, we had a spike during the COVID times, but we're sliding back down to normal levels from that. So we expect our budget request will be slightly less than previous years, just to live within our means and make sure that we don't exceed the money we have in the bank. So that concludes my report, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Brad? All right, now we start Levi with general discussion, and I'm gonna ask everybody, since it's already 3:15, and we have 10 items to go through, or 9. I'm going to ask that everybody be as brief as possible, and yet do your best to cover the subject matter.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The general discussion, this is where we bring forward the big game permanent regulations for review for the year. That includes 115.4-2, which is our general provisions. That's involves the procedures for transferring meat to another person, salvage carcasses, proof of sex, registration to transport certain animals, information that's got to be included on tags and such. We haven't changed anything there since 2020 with the modifying the proof of sex that allowed hunters to voluntarily take actions that would limit the spread of chronic wasting disease by leaving such things as a head line in the field. Which are the worst parts of the carcass. The next one is 115.4-4, which is legal equipment and taking methods. That's usually handled on a not necessarily every year, but as we've had things come in. I think the last change we had for that was the tumble upon impact ammunition. I can say that this year we do anticipate a review of muzzleloader ammunition. The language we have in the regulations is fairly old, and I've had multiple people over the last couple of years bring that up and ask about particular bullets because they're not necessarily listed under that. And in asking some of our law enforcement folks, they think that it would not be, those would not be legal. And so we'll be reviewing that to see if there's new language to work for that. That for many of the ammunition that may be much more widespread usage now than even some of what's listed for us. 115.4-6 is the management units. It sets the boundaries. We have recently adjusted that because there were some road names that had changed or rerouting of some highways that then changed the names. And so we adjusted to just stay with the boundaries we've had traditionally. 115.4-11 is the permit applications for this year's review. We've lapped ourselves on this. We have one that we'll talk about that we've held off because of some of the backlog and other things that we really need to get done. I think we're at the point now that we'll be moving forward with that. So the next one is 115.4-13, which is permits and descriptions. No real changes looking at what kind of permits we have anticipated this year. But we'll continue to evaluate. So just to let you know that we're starting that process, and this will be coming forward for the next few meetings as we progress.
Okay. Any questions for Levi?
Do we have any plans to look at the modernization of technology of our weapons and our seasons and tags and any of that stuff?
That's a pretty common topic of conversations within the agency. And in some cases, a lot of stuff is brought forward on a piecemeal basis. So it's more once something's brought to our attention or we have a significant number of people that are asking for it, then we evaluate it and look at it. So
technology as it continues to advance, it would be responsible of us to go, okay, do our seasons match the change in technology to make sure that our deer have a chance of survival, and I'm not against whatever weapon.
We need to have you step up to the mic so we can hear you online.
You go ahead.
So I mean, we are discussing technology all the time within it, and it's certainly a common topic within meetings about deer and such. So. That.
All right.
Good.
Any other questions for Levi?
So we got next topic then?
Yeah, go ahead.
So that then takes me, I guess, into our workshop session. This is 115-4-11, which is that application. And what we had started with was cleaning up some of the language, with some previous change. Some of the old language for some reason was left in the text. And so we are just cleaning that up. It's not really making any changes from where we are. Just making it clear what we're intending with that. So I anticipate that I will be talking to Dan about getting this submitted to have a vote very soon, I hope, on this, because we've discussed this one since last year.
Okay, any questions for Levi? All right.
We need an acknowledgement by the commission.
Okay, so I guess we need an acknowledgement by the commission that we should start the promulgation process with the sending that to the
I
Department of
still
Administration.
recommend.
All right. I guess the next thing I have is the CW update and carcass movement regulation. I'm only covering this last season's CWD information. So it's a limited picture of what's been going on.
Just saying. There you go.
Okay. So this is a map of where CWD has been found. It is not necessarily highlighting the prevalence rates, although because the length of time that it's been in a place certainly affects the prevalence rate. It indicates that a little bit, but most of our eastern counties, there's been 1 to 2 samples that have been positive started there. But we also at one time only had found 1 or 2 up in Decatur and Cheyenne County. But just to get an idea of where we've so far picked it up, counties that have that green star are places that we've only detected it in a captive elk. Otherwise, it's all been wild deer. As far as I know, we've not had a positive wild elk in Kansas yet. There is some research that shows that they are more resistant and to getting it. Maybe some behavior, foraging, some change, but that's so far we've not had an elk. We also test very few elk. Most of them that we do test are sentinel animals from one of the herds, and I'm lost my train of thought as far as where that's at, but we do get a handful of hunter harvested elk every year that come in. So far not. Most of our elk are also harvested around Fort Riley, so we've not had any detections up at that in that location yet. Just to show what happened last year, this is the joint amount of samples that were collected between our normal rotational monitoring and surveillance efforts. We were in South Central Kansas last year. This coming season, we're going to be in Southwest Kansas. Our goals are typically about 450 samples. It's all voluntary. We get a lot from our taxidermists and just hunters that are concerned and turn in samples. But generally for the state, we had 2,105 samples. That was the actual usable samples that were included from hunter and hunter harvester from taxidermists, which are hunted animals. So they're none of the sick animals that were turned in or reported are in this number. These are animals that if you looked at them, you wouldn't know that they have CWD, or very unlikely. But generally that's 10% across the state, although that's definitely not telling us much, because it's Northwest Kansas where we've had it the longest. If you look down at that bottom for bucks that are 2.5 years and older, the prevalence rate there is somewhere around 40%. Something between 32 and 48%. So, but within, by species, when we look at mule deer, all mule deer samples, we were seeing 34% prevalence in them. That's a tough one because I would say that 108 samples is kind of leads that estimate to be questionable, and we are looking for about 400 at least. Although we can get good information if we were, over a couple hundred, but it's much more reliable the more we get. Whitetails are, 7.7% prevalence. That's across the state. So not really the full story. You go down into, far eastern edge of Kansas, it's unlikely you're going to harvest a deer that has CWD. You go up to northwest Kansas and take a whitetail, a lot better, a lot higher chance. I included, just kind of show by the sampling zones, because that's how we have our CWD monitoring sampling designed, not necessarily by the units. To get a target, if say we were in southwest Kansas, we would have to go to a mandatory sampling scheme there, because we'd have to sample about 80% of the deer harvest in unit 18 just to get enough to work from. So, open that up to an area, now you are averaging across a larger area, but it's what we can do without trying to be demand too many samples that way. But I work with bucks that are 2.5 because that's the vast majority of the samples we get. That's what drives a lot of it. That's where deer that are going to have CWD, you're first going to pick it up is in those older bucks. That's been seen in multiple states. And so the prevalence rates with 2.5-year-old bucks tells the most story there. If you look at the all deer combined, it's basically the same thing, because so many of the samples are made up of this group. And that's what, there's a lot of interest in this. So if you look at the East, very low prevalence. Like I said, most of those counties we've had detected, it's 1 or 2 samples at the time. You go out to, the North Central and Northwest, where it's been around the longest, and it jumps quite a bit, especially once you get into the North Central or Northwest corner. Gets less down farther south. South Central is still really low. It's just kind of creeping. And I included unknowns because we have some that came in. But again, you see those low numbers of samples. I wouldn't read anything into the densities. It'd be similar to, picking 2 people out of this room and asking them whether they're in favor or not of banning baiting. It's not really going to get us a good idea of what's here. Now, if we ask, 30-40% of you, then we probably have a better idea of what's going on in this room, only this room. So that's how pulling a lot of that works in surveys. So same thing in this case, you got to have enough samples to do it.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, can I ask Levi a question?
Yeah.
Levi, could you talk about the lower and the upper? Is that a confidence interval?
That's a confidence interval. So I'm running with the 95% confidence intervals. It's a long history and statistics of using that. It basically means that if we went out in that same area, collected that many samples again, and then looked at what that estimate's going to be, that point estimate. So the prevalence estimate on this is what I've listed. That prevalence estimate is what the statistical analysis comes back. But let's say we go out and collected another, 393 samples from eastern Kansas in bucks that are 2.5 years and older. The likelihood that we would get a prevalence estimate between that lower number and that upper number is 95%. So it gives kind of a confidence that, yeah, that prevalence estimate, likely if we could sample every single deer out there in that area, would be not right. It would not be that number specifically, but with 95% confidence, I would say that whatever you come up with will fall between those numbers. And the narrower the range, you can narrow that down with more samples you get.
Thank you.
So that's kind of what's happened this last year. Most of the samples actually came from around the state. with the University of Missouri project that we've got that is wrapping up. So we should have a final report from that in by December to review before it's we go back and wrap up that. And so then after that, it'll be at some point that we would publish that out for folks to see. All these? Yeah. There's some vehicles in there too, because vehicles aren't necessarily selective. At least I've not met anybody that like picks that one out as the one I'm going to nail. Maybe if it was a really big buck, somebody might think it's worth it, but all right. So since I was talking about the research projects, just gonna bring up the couple that we've had recently. The couple pictures up in the top, most of these are just pictures to remind me what to tell you about the projects. Those top couple of pictures on the left-hand side, we had a project that was out in western Kansas where we actually captured and collared deer. That's wrapped up, but part of that came out with some blood work and some hybridization stuff, and that has then continued into a larger statewide project that we were able to get some money out of USDA that is covering looking at the genetic resistance of our deer herd in Kansas, and then also looking at what we see in that versus some historical data so that we can look at, potentially that's a easier way to look at whether or not CWD is present at all without having to pull hundreds or thousands of samples to cover an area, if we can do it that way, because then it's you can get what samples you can get and look that way. It's not going to tell us what the prevalence rate is, but it should tell us what our, if we get more than greater resistance, good chance we should probably be focusing effort there. So the other part of that then for the other pictures, kind of from the bottom left side on up through the top right, is from a project where we're doing some more epidemiology, looking at how it spreads. We used it as a way to get a much better picture of CWD in Kansas too, rather than just limiting to our rotational sampling, which we rotate around the 5 unit zones there once every 5 years. We're back. So this opened it up. It also then opened up sampling to a lot more hunters that would like to done that. Although now that we are done with that project, that opportunity's gone away. But with that, I'm actually gonna, I guess I've got the regulations. I'll discuss another opportunity that's now coming forward. So to switch gears a little bit then, as far as where it's at. So,
could I ask one question, Levi, back on some of that other? We used to send in 2 teeth for the purpose of aging, and the US Postal Service shut that down because we were messing up their machines, apparently. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
what I was told from Lloyd, that they got really unhappy with bloody envelopes going through the mail.
And the chunks. So
and they don't go through the sorting machine because of the teeth.
So that used to be one way that you were able to track age structures. At a workshop this summer in discussing CWD, general synopsis, it affects older bucks first. So you're going to see a change in age structure of a herd before you see a decline in numbers. Is that generally accurate?
Yes and no. In some cases, certainly it is.
Okay.
Other cases, it's more, you'll see that population decline before you see that change. If it's more of a related to some other outside event. So,
okay,
you get a really hard winter, likely deer that have CWD are going to die faster. So you may see a population change before you really detect that age. Or in some cases, it may be like Colorado saw that in one unhunted population, they lost their older adult bucks, versus in a hunted population, they still had them, but it was still a lot lower. So that population that was lower, that was already, or that's hunted, is already smaller because there's some harvest. The hunted population, the unhunted population didn't have harvest, but was in a location that there was no hunting. So likely if it was not in the middle of Boulder, it would have been hunted more.
Gotcha.
So
So
it
it
can,
might make the next part of my question moot, but what are we doing to track age structure to see if how the CWD is impacting it? Whether it is impacting that age structure, are those early changes maybe happening or not? How are we tracking age structure now that we no longer have that tool?
so we use our fall spotlight surveys to track our age structure. Within that, even if we went to something that could cover, like aircraft, to where we could cover the same area or more area even, you're not going to sit up there and go, okay, from a plane, or from a bed of a truck, go, that's a 4.5-year-old versus that's a 5.5-year-old deer. We could certainly be pulling teeth again and looking. That would be likely the most cost-effective method. We'd have to pretty well make it mandatory to make sure we get that at least to a point. It'd be probably more localized if we were looking that way. But we do look at just the number of adult bucks out there, which we classify any buck that's 2.5 or older as an adult in the surveys. So we look at that ratio to the number of does that we see. We've got that against, what percentage of the number of bucks that we see are yearlings in that. So
at this point, tracking the age structure or the age structure on the does is not a significant contributor to helpful data at this point.
Without pulling teeth, there's really not a good way to track the age structure does. When I first started, part of the spotlight survey was trying to include those yearling does, but that's really subjective as to whether or not it's a yearling doe and adult doe. You get one, a doe that's standing out in a field 150 yards away in a spotlight. What is she, old? Is she not? And then trying to do that across the number of staff and volunteers that help with those surveys, it made a lot more sense to just call it a doe and go with it. Now we did, there was some look at some of the age during that research project out west. So, and the biggest thing with that we found though is that our does are surviving really well out west. So it's not necessarily doe survival, it's our fawn production there.
Thank you.
So we've been looking at this proposed language for dealing with carcass movements. This is, hunters taking responsibility for not moving carcasses, since we've, certainly had some that have showed up in whole carcasses that have been hauled to other states that have been positive for CWD. But also to deal with, we've got different strains, and as we have CWD in an area, you see resistance to that strain start to grow. All the research just so far has shown if you have CWD, you're still dead, but as a deer. But if we can eventually maybe get to the point of resistance, maybe deer can live longer, or maybe even develop some sort of resistance where they don't die. I don't know, but so it's looking at the importation of wild cervid carcasses into Kansas, and trying to, the best management option that's outlined through quite a bit of research is that you don't do it, don't bring anything, but that doesn't fly as far as, people trying to go to other states and hunt, or they just wanted to bring in deboned meat only. But, again, same reason people come to Kansas, they're not really coming to haul a package of meat. They want antlers too, if they can get it in many cases. So it, you can bring the whole carcass after you've had a not detected test. Or quarters with all the spine and head materials removed, deboned meat, cut and wrap meat, hides with the excess flesh removed, clean skulls, clean teeth. The skull plate with antlers if they're cleaned of soft tissues, antlers without a skull plate attached, which would also include shed antlers that are found. Finished taxidermy products and tanned hides are incredibly low risk. Most people are going to keep them at home. Heads and capes with not more than 6 inches of the neck, just limit the worst parts in this case, provided you're taking it to a taxidermist. And then tissues for use in a diagnostic or research lab or for research, if there's prior approval so that it's tracked that way. And hunters would still have to maintain the proof of sex as required by regulations. This basically just puts Kansas in line with what other states around us have done. Now, that was the bringing stuff into Kansas. This is talking about moving them around within Kansas. Part of the problem we had with that was as we looked at different places that any kind of buffer around rather than sticking to the hard boundaries of the units, split some cities and such in half, where in many cases, folks from Wichita may be hunting spread out quite a bit around Wichita, not necessarily close to home. And so we looked at the 30 miles from the boundary of the unit. But in trying to split it apart and find a distance, we just always split a city somewhere. And so the solution we came up with is that if it's within a contiguous municipal area, and I'll have to work with Dan and folks to make sure that we've got this spelled out in legal language correctly, that it means what we're intending it to mean, is that, if you're from Wichita or Kansas City or somewhere that's got, may have multiple small municipal areas within that, even though we call Kansas City, but it's Olathe, Shawnee, those places. So as long as those are all connecting, if that line crosses that somewhere, then you can still stay within that city, because in most cases, the waste from that is going to go to a dumpster. So it would be 30 miles or within that contiguous municipal area if it intersects that limit. Otherwise, the whole car, yes.
Yes. So if Highway 75 is the boundary for one unit, you can go 30 miles beyond that 75 to a process.
Yep.
We're gonna have quite a few terms that we're gonna have to define.
Fine. Yeah.
Because they don't show up elsewhere in the regulations. So there'll be a lot of expansion in terms of definitions required for that.
But yeah, since we had been holding on trying to figure out that boundary line, and that's kind of where we left off, I wanted to let you all know that this is kind of where we've been discussing moving towards this, rather than try to come up with just a boundary, but the solution to that, those municipal areas, so that somebody that's over on the outskirts of the town here doesn't necessarily get left out from somebody that can, is from the other side of town. Otherwise, most everything else as far as what could be moved is the same as the import restriction. So that allow the meat to go, allow people to move their trophies and whatnot, but still just try to leave the worst parts of the carcass there. It's not, like I said, the ideal situation is you don't bring anything, but that's, unworkable. And so these are still just fit within all the best management practices of that. And then, of course, everybody's still got to maintain that proof of sex as required. And we opened a few years back to allow people to do this voluntarily. So, and so that's the intrastate. And then I wanted to leave off with the plan for our sampling this coming season. we'll be up or down in the southwest corner. We're still targeting 450 samples out there. If we go with what we've seen historically, we'll probably get somewhere in the realm of 2, maybe up to 300 out of that zone. But hopefully we can get that. We hope more people will participate in it. But then what's new for this coming year is that with that wrap up of that University of Missouri project, the statewide option for folks that covered that cost of the test was going away because that project was a limited fund for a limited term. And so we put together a plan to open testing up a little more, make it a little more cost efficient for folks, to anybody that harvests a deer in Kansas. It's first come, first served. And there's a lot of options that kind of have varying cost and speed. But the test cost will be covered in most cases. So if a hunter wanted the fastest possible option and didn't mind the cost, they could pay to have the kit shipped to them from the vet lab, and then pay to ship that back and pay the cost of the test and do it all private. The information's theirs. They don't have to share it with anybody for that animal. But you pay the full cost of the test plus all the shipping, which is going to bring you, I think, up into the 40 some dollars total. If you want but you'll get your results the fastest because usually they work those through as they get things up at the diagnostic lab. If you still want speed, but don't mind a little bit of cost, but don't necessarily want to pay the cost of the actual test, then you can cover the cost of the shipping yourself, and then get it up to the lab. It'll go as fast as you ship it out, and the shipping gets there. And then as they process it goes through. That has to have a completed data card for us to actually cover the cost of that test, though. We've got those. It'll be in our hunting regulations, a card of what's got to be included. And I'm sure we'll get that up online. Maybe it's even up already really soon. Okay. But then the cost of the test is in, the hunter's not paying for it up front like that. It's covering through KDWP. If you want the least cost to you, but potentially the slowest results are, you can get a kit from, we've got some from staff where you can, and then get a sample to one of our offices, one of our biologists. They will then bulk ship every 1 to 2 weeks as they get more in. I think the plan at this point is at the height of season, like rifle season, November, we'll probably be having folks ship out every week, but there's a chance that your sample will sit there for a couple days, but it'll then be bulk shipped, so you don't have to pay that shipping return to the lab. And then the test is still covered by us. Again, it's got to have a completed data card for us to take it and pay for it. And when you do that, you're agreeing that the results will be shared with KDWP too, as far as whether that sample's positive or negative. And at this point, like I said, it's first come, first served. We're talking about, we've got a plan in place for 1,500 samples combined overall. So that includes that 450 potentially from our own monitoring right now. The last 3 years with that University of Missouri project, part of that involved paying technicians to actually be out collecting samples, picking up roadkills to pull samples, going to places when hunters call to assist or just pull the samples. So in the past, when people have done voluntary sampling, which they had to pay for it all themselves with the lab, but generally what we know of is that the total number of samples from that was only 200 to 300 in a year, I think our best year. So we're hopeful that 1,500 is enough to, or it gets us to where we go. And it's certainly more than we've, targeted before that research project and all. But chance to, provide some customer service and get a little more information over time. If it proves immensely popular, I'm sure we'll reevaluate and see where we go from there. But for an inaugural season for the program, that's where we're at and where we've planned for. So we've got so it was asked how we were going to encourage people to do that. We'll have information in our regulation summary that goes out. I'm sure that we'll work with our public affairs folks to get some Facebook posts and such like that out to let people know that it's an option out there. So
for people that sell licenses, is that something that we should encourage them to do? Is that something that?
Yeah, I mean, I will not discourage anyone from testing for CWD, but
Ma'am, can you step up to the mic so everybody can hear you? Sorry, make you do it again.
The question was whether licensed sellers can have something to give out or post for people, and that's outside my realm. So I would ask the secretary or Nadia for public affairs what we can do there.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'd take that on. We'll put that as an action item to visit with public affairs on how we can communicate that to our vendors.
We don't want any more responsibility.
Right.
But
Yeah.
Right.
no, you're wanting to get more samples.
Right.
It makes sense.
Yeah, appreciate that. We'd love to give you those materials and you pass those on as you're able, just to inform the public better. So that'd be great. So we'll take that on. Thank you.
And with that, that's what I had for us today.
That's a lot to absorb. Anybody have any final questions for Levi?
Thank you. So thank you, Levi. I appreciate it. Great information. Hopefully y'all consume that. I had some notes here. A couple things. I live in the northwest part of Kansas. I'm in the heat of this thing. Avid mule deer hunter. I noticed that your mule deer numbers were in the mid 30s. And if you are like me and supplemental feed, they are the hardest of any animal to get on a supplemental feed pile. And so anybody out there that hunts mule deer in the western Kansas, man, I can't get my mule deer. I can't get pictures on them. If supplemental feeding is the big laser focus, why are our mule deer populations in the mid 30s, but yet they're not the ones hitting the supplemental feed sites?
So in that case, CWD is only a small part of this actually, as far as the discussion about baiting and feeding. It was brought up that we had talked for 30 minutes on it, I think, or something that during that meeting. That was actually a small part. I think it was 30 minutes just on disease transmission. There's a lot of other diseases out there. A lot of the case with Northwest Kansas, that's where our first detection was 2001. It's been 20 years since we've had it there. And I don't think anybody's ever said that baiting and feeding is going to stop it. Nobody knows what'll stop CWD. But when you got a broken leg, you don't then break your arm. That's a lot of it is we're just shooting ourselves in the foot, contributing. It's also that, what we saw from our research is that there's some interaction between whitetail and mule deer. So, how do we, if we're spreading it amongst whitetails even more with it, then does that mean that any interaction with whitetail for mule deer then is going to affect them? There's, there's options for that to happen naturally too, if we didn't have baiting and feeding, it's there. But again, are we hurting ourselves otherwise? But, it's a small part of it, CWD. I know that that's been talked a lot about today, but I don't know that I would say it's laser focused. It's certainly a concern and major point to make with it, but there's a lot of other reasons too, just besides CWD too, to talk about this and educate ourselves more. So,
okay, thank you. And this is in regards to Commissioner Sill's comment. She mentioned the age structure in the deer seems to be declining. Completely agree with you.
That's not what I said.
You asked the question if it was declining.
No, I asked the question how we tracked it.
Okay.
Please get it accurate.
Certainly. And
Some of your other information has not been accurate.
And we said spotlight surveys. Is that answered correctly?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I would like to invite anybody out here who wants to hunt a 7-year-old 8-pointer or less to come out. I would love to have you. I've got plenty of 7-year-old whitetail bucks. I'd love to have you come hunt with me. You can't shoot our 4.5-year-olds. They're already getting killed, but I'd invite you to come out and shoot a 7-year-old. And then the last thing you mentioned, does aren't as susceptible to CWD, or they're not having the same rates. I think it's important to note that many times does aren't hitting scrapes, they're not hitting rubbing trees, and they're not fighting throughout the season. That's all natural stuff that whitetail bucks will do, and I think something we need to consider. Thank you.
And part of that with does too is that the number of samples we get, because we get hunter harvest, a lot of our stuff is taxidermists that collect it, because that's the group of deer that you're going to see it first, and that most people are interested in. That's the highest interest by far. What we do see with does, and something that would be a reason to consider increasing sampling effort in places, is that once CWD is established in an area, that's when you start seeing the creep in doe CWD rates. Once it's there and then there for a little bit, then it starts to peak up. At that point, I would say you're in a lot of trouble, because looking at our fawn survival out in western Kansas, we were down in the 30%, 25 to 30%, so which is the big driver right now. We also are seeing some issues with the number of does that were actually pregnant. So we caught deer in February. Generally, if a doe is more than a yearling, or was a fawn, fawn has to make the weight to be sexually mature enough to actually have a fawn or carry a fawn and be bred. But adult does are there, and we generally expect the high 90% pregnancy rates. And we were seeing some numbers down in the 80s out there with that. So you start taking deer that aren't even pregnant going into the spring that late, and then turn that around with low fawn survival of what's out there, you've really got some. And it's a much greater thing than just CWD for sure. We've talked about drought habitat. I went out there last year on surveys, and there's a lot of places that I saw deer during surveys that we didn't see any deer. I could also see a cow pie at 300 yards across a pasture, laying on your face just about. The tallest thing around was yucca. So, we saw deer fawns need that grass between knee and waist high to survive best. That's where we saw that with that research, the ones that survived like that, find a lot of places like that in western Kansas. But when you add CWD on top of it, does it directly kill deer? No, it doesn't. But it opens them up to infections. They may be more likely to succumb to predators, other illnesses, hunters too, which is why we encourage folks to harvest them. So, to harvest and test when you harvest. That's why hunters are really the solution we've got in Kansas to deal with CWD. So
certainly. Well, thank you for your time. I invite you to western Kansas anytime. If you want to come ride around with me, you're more than welcome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Levi.
Thank you.
Mr. Turkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Today, we're going to do the workshop session for spring and fall turkey bag limits and season dates. Wanted to start, and I'll try and keep my comments overall relatively brief. First thing I just wanted to mention was that, and highlight, was that earlier this year, the National Wild Turkey Federation awarded one of our private lands biologists, Steve Adams, who works out of Hutchinson and the Reno, South Central Kansas area, with the Joe Kerrs Wildlife Manager of the Year Award. We were really proud of Steve's efforts and getting him some national recognition. So this is a one biologist out of the country kind of deal, and we're really happy with his efforts. And he's been on our turkey committee representing South Central Kansas for a long time, longer than me, and has brought a lot of really good perspective and works with private landowners across his district and really does good work and has spent a lot of time on wild turkey restoration efforts and across the state. And so really happy to have Steve recognized for his efforts. So And then the second piece I wanted to highlight that we've talked about a little bit in the past is our statewide turkey research project. We've now got contracts and funding in place with Kansas State University through the Kansas Cooperative Fish and Wildlife Research Unit and the College of Horticulture and Natural Resources to do a statewide turkey research project that we've had been discussing internally for several years. The primary objectives are really to get us a much better baseline on overall demographic rates, habitat use, and resource selection, again, across the state, not just within a focal, more targeted area. And we intend to have 3 study sites paired on both private and public accessible lands in the west, central, and eastern parts of the state. Kind of think paired turkey hunting units, north and south. And then as part of this effort, we'll be putting 300 GPS transmitters on adults, but then we've also been able to add some additional components thanks to some funding from National Wild Turkey Federation for a multi-state turkey health assessment, which is a study that will be conducted with samples from Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. And then also some Kansas specific hen and poult foraging ecology work. And so really excited about this. We've utilized funds, obviously from some supplemental funds from National Wild Turkey Federation, but otherwise everything's coming from the Wildlife and Sport Fish Restoration dollars that were allocated and comes from hunters and anglers. And so we're really excited about this research and getting started. Working with Dr. Dave Hokus and Dr. Dan Sullins out of Kansas State. We've already got through 2 PhD students and a master's student on board for this. So really excited about that work coming up. And just a quick summary, again, the process that we finalized at the last commission meeting. So in both April and at the April meeting and the June meeting, in combination, we finalized these. So we did suspend the fall season, starting with this year. We confirmed the 2024 season dates, and I'll mention them a little bit later. We removed the adjacent unit allowance for Unit 4 permits. We reduced the number of Unit 4 permits from 500 to 375. We reduced bag limits in Units 1 and 2 so that we're at 1 bird statewide. We set non-resident quotas by unit, and then in June created the non-resident permit draw process. And just a reminder that as we're working through other related, there is one other related discussion piece that'll be coming for the commission, which is KAR 115-2-1, which is the amount of fees. And in that is proposed to create and to set the price for non-resident preference point, and also increase the cost of both the non-resident hunting license, which is required to hunt turkeys, and the non-resident turkey permit cost associated with that. So just a quick overview of where we've been really in the last year. It was August last year that we first proposed all of these changes. So we've made it through the year. Again, I'll be somewhat brief here in terms of population trends. Your briefing book has the information I had through 2022 for the production indices. What I've handed out to the commission prior to the meeting today is the updated numbers with the 2023 numbers. I just ran the analysis yesterday, which shows the production trends through, which is on the right, through 2023. And so what you see on the left is from our rural mail carrier survey that's done in the spring, which is a rough index of population abundance. And then on the right is the production indices, which is represented as young per 100 adults. And I'll point out that, which I often haven't put in presentations like this, but that gray line at the 100 mark. So that would basically represent and be a rough estimate of a population that's stable, not growing, not decreasing. Any estimates that are below that number indicate a declining population. And so again, we see this in both the left from the spring numbers of adult birds, and then that's the numbers that are feeding into that from the production side on the right. So statewide, we've certainly got a ways to go. And I think this reflects, as was mentioned throughout the day, the overall status of turkeys in the state and kind of the state of decline that we've seen. That said, we did see a slight statewide increase this year in 2023 with some pretty favorable nesting conditions. So we'll start in the west, and again the northern hunt unit, which is how we quantify our numbers, is in the solid number and our solid line, and then the dotted line is the southern unit in the portion of the state. And so you see some pretty decent increases, especially in the northwest part of the state, unit 1, and in terms of production. And then in central Kansas, we've seen not as well as we would have liked this year. I was thinking that conditions may have been a little bit better with the amount of precipitation that central Kansas has gotten, especially in June. We did not see that reflected any big jumps in the production numbers. And then in the eastern portion of the state, we did see some fairly decent, for eastern Kansas, some pretty decent increases in the amount of production over the last kind of several years, and a slight increasing trend there over the last 5 or 6 years. And so we're certainly happy to see that. And just anecdotally, the reports that I've been getting from eastern Kansas have been much more positive than they have been in the last 5 to 6 years. So overall, we'll move on to turkey season framework. And so as we made changes, as you made changes in the public hearing today to change the verbiage in the season frameworks for elk and pronghorn to make them more sustainable, so we don't have to revisit it each year. Those are already in place for turkey seasons, where the youth season starts the April 1st, and then they get a full weekend. Archery begins the Monday after the first full weekend, and then the regular season begins the Wednesday after the second full weekend. So youth disabled get a full weekend, archery gets a full weekend, and then the regular season begins and goes through the end of May. And again, the fall season is now closed. And so what the commission approved last year was that the 2024 season dates are as represented here, with the regular season starting on April 17th and the fall season closed. And then for consideration today, or during kind of this process, is that if there's no change to the season framework for the regulation, this is what spring of 2025 will look like, with a regular season start date of April 16th and a closed fall season. A very brief summary of harvest. As you know, when I last talked to you in June, we did not have the results of the spring harvest survey. We do now. And so again, these were the season dates. And as a reminder as well, as you can see in the units 1 and 2, we were still at the spring the 2-bird bag limit in the northwest and north central units 1 and 2. And I will say no hunting incident reports were made this year for several years in a row now, which is obviously a good thing. Overall, we had a slight increase in the number of overall permit buyers. Everything looked fairly stable. Non-residents had a slight increase this year, but still within the trends that we've seen in the last several years, which is shown here. Of course, we had the COVID year in 2020 when non-residents were the sale of the licenses for non-residents was suspended for the majority of the season, but we see overall pretty steady trends in terms of permit sales by residency. Estimated spring harvest was just shy of, or around the 15,000 mark, which has been stable, relatively stable, especially since we've reduced the number of game tags, the second bird, in the majority of the units in the state, the eastern and south central units. And so not a lot of big surprises here, and obviously glad from my perspective that we're staying stable to a degree. An overall harvest by residency, as was presented last year, we do see about the same, if not more, harvest by non-residents than we do by residents. So again, these are just overall stats, nothing out of the ordinary in terms of the data that we see. You can see the trends on the right, the overall breakdown of the harvest on the top right, and overall hunter success still remained relatively high, which I guess is a good thing. So overall hunter success remains relatively steady on all fronts. Additionally, I feel like hunter satisfaction has somewhat stabilized in the last couple of years. For 4 or 5 years now, I've been demonstrating the decline that we've seen in the number of satisfied and very satisfied numbers. and the increase in the number of dissatisfied and neutral hunters. And again, this is just a kind of an index of overall feelings of hunters, but I do feel like we've seen more of a stabilization here in that satisfied and very satisfied portion, and kind of a peak on the dissatisfied portion. So as we've talked about earlier, a lot of factors go into hunter satisfaction at an individual level, but like to present this just to give you a feel for what overall satisfaction looks like. In terms of our harvest strategy, which we've talked at length about with the commission, we did see another year for all units below the threshold for resident hunter success. However, we do require at least 2 to 3 years of consecutive hunter success below those thresholds. And so given that we haven't been able to implement any of the actual changes during an active hunting season yet, the harvest strategy itself, following the full process, does not recommend any additional changes. And overall from staff, we have no recommended changes to either the season structure, permit numbers, or bag limits, and are looking forward to next year and seeing how we work through the process. And so so my last slide here, we talked about things in our general discussion in June. Today I presented the harvest summaries, population trends, and staff are not recommending any changes. And so if the commission does not have any additional items that you'd like us to look into regarding regulations, this will be the last time I see you. I won't come back for additional workshop sessions this fall. And we'll keep working on, especially getting research fieldwork beginning in January. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Okay, any questions?
My name's Travis E. From Augusta, Kansas. Looking at your research that you're getting ready to do, is there any consideration to expanding that scope to nesting success? I saw it looking at hens and poults, but I'm worried that we're not even getting that far.
Yep.
And to kind of expand on that, to go along with what Andrew said earlier, if you do look at the data that was provided with the drastic drop in predator harvesting with the crash of the fur market, and we kind of were wanting you guys to look at essentially just extending that season for including basically raccoons and possums in with coyotes, because we've seen success as presented in that data with doing so. I'm really concerned that the nesting success is going to be drop quite a bit with the drastic rise in predators with them. There's just a lot less of them being taken.
Yeah. To your first question, certainly the nesting success is a key component of this. As I mentioned, 300 transmitters that we're going to be putting on adults is the goal across 3 different sites. And the focus of all our trapping efforts is going to be on putting those on hens. And so we recognize, as I presented here, that low production is one of the driver of our population currently in the state, as it is in many states in the Midwest and southeastern states. And so the nest success is a key component of that.
Okay. So, do you guys, once you find those nests, you guys go back and check like every few days and candle eggs and do stuff like that?
No is the short answer.
Okay.
But there's a good reason for that. Turkeys are highly susceptible to abandoning nests.
Okay.
And so what the benefit of a GPS transmitter, for example, is that every day especially during the nesting season, we can get uploaded from satellites the exact location of those birds, of those hens, let's say, for the example. And so we follow them day by day, especially during April and May and June, and find out when they start displaying nesting activity, right? Staying in one spot entire day, that kind of stuff. Typically then we will either try to get to that nest maybe once during that time period when she's on the nest. And ideally it's when she's off the nest,
right?
Going to the feed and get water. So we get in number of eggs, candle eggs, but then we also get out so that we have the lowest likelihood of causing abandonment just from checking that nest.
Excellent. I worked on nesting success studies with Delta waterfowl, so I was used to like waterfowls.
Absolutely. Thanks.
Can I make it 2 seconds? There is a very distinct correlation between the increase in predator harvest and the increase in turkey population between the 2000s to 2010. And the same correlation in the decline in harvest of fur harvesters and the decline in the turkey population with the data provided.
Thank you.
Question is curious about, I see y'all passed the, which I knew it was, passed for the draw on the turkey tax for non-resident. Will that non-resident buy a $30 tag have to buy a hunting license prior to the draw like we do with deer?
No, that is not required for turkeys.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Trevor Olson. I'm curious when you guys are going to release the draw results for the turkeys. Is there a proposed date?
Yeah, they will definitely be out by March 1st.
March 1st. Is there any way to make it sooner than that?
So you're saying which hunters are successful?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's as soon as we can, and typically we can make that happen before March 1st, but we had to put something realistic into the, and so to clarify too, the application period is from early January until the second Friday in February. So it's about a month-long period.
Okay.
And so we have to then have time to go through there's a full process for the draw and then notify as soon as possible.
Right.
So typically we can make it happen much faster than March 1st, but that's the time we have to have those out.
My concern is just for the hunters that are coming out of state to plan their trip and having a short amount of time to make that happen. And also the people that they're going with to have a short amount of time to figure out where they're setting with the numbers. So earlier the better, if at all possible.
Absolutely.
And then also, is that going to be a party draw, or can you do a party draw similar to the deer?
Yeah, the goal was really to have things as similar to the deer draw as possible, because we expected that obviously this is specific to non-residents, that there would likely be a relatively high correlation of that familiarity with the process.
Right. Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm Josh Stubbs. I may have missed it, but what was the number set for non-resident tags for turkeys?
They're
Going
in
into
the
2024.
Yeah, they're in the briefing book item. I don't know, Jason, if you've got it still handy.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
But they are in the briefing book in the turkey. And I can just hand you mine.
I was just curious what the number was.
But they are set by unit. And so Jason, if you would skip down.
9,700 total. They're by unit.
But yeah, I believe 9,700, and then, but it's again by unit.
9,700. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
That's good.
All right.
They have a 25% reduction across the board, no matter what unit it was in.
Yeah, so again, the process that we used to utilize that was we took the 5-year average, not include 5-year average of the estimated active number of non-residents in each unit, which they indicate on the Hunter Harvest Survey. And so from that number, we took the last 5 averages, 5 years of data, and took the 5-year average of that minus 2020 due to COVID. And then took that number, reduced it by 25%, rounded to the nearest 100.
Knew you had to go somewhere with it, but what made it difficult, there's multiple units you can hunt in on a lot of those tags.
Yep.
So they put in for 3 and be hunting 2. The hundreds.
Yep, and again, they did not put in anything before. It was just a statewide tag.
All right. Well, any other questions from the commission? If
I
not,
think
thank you.
Thank you.
I think we need Sheila texted me and said we need the commission approval to move to the promulgation process.
Good point. Let's move.
Is that right?
Commissioner approval to move to what?
The promulgation.
We're not
process.
proposing any changes, though.
Oh, yeah, there won't be any regulations submitted, so.
Only on this is only on discussion items.
No, on the, what Kemp said is that he doesn't propose any changes in the turkey regs for the next round. So there's nothing for the commission to ratify necessarily.
Okay.
Unless someone's bothered because we don't have any changes.
Yeah.
All right.
So if you're good, I won't be on the agenda for your
Fair
making the
enough.
call.
I've got a quick question. I'm sorry. My name is Billy. I had a question on the unit specific on the tags. Are they similar to deer to where you have a unit and a conjoining unit, or how is that going to work?
It's just the unit you draw for.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kent. By the way, if anybody needs to take a break themselves, I'm not going to formally call for a break. Just go out, go, because I want to try to keep moving here. Okay, now we have boating regulations.
Mr. Chair, Stuart Schrog from Pratt. Eric was not able to be here today, but he states to me that there's nothing new under the boating regulations as presented in the June meeting, so I would recommend we move on to fishing regulations.
Fair enough. We'll move to fishing regulations, and this would be Brian Sowards. He's up there, isn't he?
Yep. Looks like I'm unmuted. You guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, this will be the third time that we workshop this one, but the biggest changes here are blue catfish regulation changes in Clinton, Glen Elder, John Redmond, Melbourne, El Dorado, Elk City, and Milford reservoirs. Our catfish committee met this winter and discussed a lot of creel data and sampling data that we've done over the last decade or more. A lot of these populations were stocked, like Milford in the late 90s, but a lot of the other populations were stocked in the mid 2000s. And we're starting to get a lot of good information on them. We're starting to see a lot of smaller individuals that are growing relatively slowly, like a lot of our counterpart populations in Oklahoma. And we're trying to be proactive and get ahead of it. So we're wanting to encourage people to harvest those fish. So these length limits are going to change to 10 per day, and including only one fish over 30 inches. Those fish are rare. They're targeted very often. They're caught fairly easily in respect to the population abundance. And so we're trying to give some protection for those larger individuals over 30 inches, but also liberal harvest of smaller fish to encourage growth in the future. A lot of the other regulations on here are fairly minimal in scope. If you want me to go over those, I will, but they are listed in the briefing book.
Okay.
Okay, I have one more. It's to remove a number of locations off the paddlefish snagging location list. As I mentioned in the previous two workshops, this was because you folks did not actually vote on this. Somehow it got in our regulation booklet. We caught it, and now we're removing those because they were not voted on. Okay.
All right. Is that it?
That's all I have.
All right.
I have a request, Chairman.
Yes.
I have a request that we no longer workshop this unless you want to, and we move forward with the promulgation process.
I'm ready to go.
Okay.
Dan,
Dan,
enough, Dan?
I'll get you what you need, Dan.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Aquatic invasive nuisance, Chris Steffen.
Hello, thanks for letting me zoom in for this today. These are the same few items that I've covered the last couple meetings. First off, looking at using aquatic invasive species in our regulations rather than aquatic nuisance species. So switching from ANS to AIS. It's just a more familiar term and relatable term for the public. It's a move that many of our neighboring and states across the country have been making. So that impacts regulations 115.7.3, 115.7.2, 115.7.9, and 115.7.10. There's a total of 18 instances where we'd like to replace nuisance with the word invasive. I'll pause there for questions if anyone has questions on that.
No.
Okay. One other item related to AIS that we are requesting is that people that go to register and operate a boat complete an AIS affirmation. This is a short summary and statement explaining what aquatic invasive species are, the damage they can cause, and how boaters can help us prevent the spread of those invasive species into other waters. This would be modeled after similar efforts in other states such as Minnesota and South Dakota that have existing affirmations. And I'll pause there again if there's any questions before I move on to the last couple items.
Go ahead.
Okay, we have about 200 certified commercial bait dealers in the state of Kansas. They get a commercial fish bait permit through us. As part of that application packet, we would like to also request that they complete a AIS certification course. This is something already existing on our website that we use for a few city lakes that require it to boat on those locations. So simply ask them to send in the certificate that they get in at the end of the course upon successful completion. Just include that with their fish bait permit applications. I'll pause there for questions as well.
Go ahead.
The last item I have is addition of a couple water bodies to our AIS designated waters list. Willow Lake and the Riley County portion of the Kansas River. We're asking that both of those be included on that list because of the presence of zebra mussels. These aren't really new finds. Willow Lake is now kind of connecting more frequently to the river pond below Tuttle where we have zebra mussels. And then the Kansas portion, or sorry, the Riley County portion of the Kansas River was just inadvertently left off in the past. So that entire river section there has zebra mussels. We just want to include that piece as well.
All right. Anybody have any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Will these be workshopped again?
This is the third time, so I guess is this where we request to move into the promulgation process then?
If everybody's convinced that they're ready for that, yeah. Mr. Chair?
Yes. If Chris is ready, then I say we're ready to go.
Good.
Sounds good.
All right, I'll get with you, Dan, and we'll move forward with that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, possession limits, amphibians, reptiles. Darren, is it Rydell?
All right, yeah, Riddle, close enough. So yeah, thanks. I'm gonna try to keep this short. I gave a pretty significant presentation at the June commission meeting. We're just looking at changing the possession limits for amphibians and reptiles, reducing them, going from 5 individuals per species to 5 of any combination of amphibian possessed per person and or domicile. And then on reptiles, no more than 5 reptiles and 2 individuals per any reptile species per person and or domicile, whichever is reached first. So last time I was there, I gave a pretty significant presentation on why several reasons we're looking at this, including some bills that had gone in through the legislature, looking at reducing possession limits for some species down to 0. And we're trying to find a happy medium here, and also working with our law enforcement folks, helping them with field stops and so forth. So that's all I really have, unless you all have some more questions regarding this.
Anybody have any questions? I think you've done a good job the first go around.
Well, thank you very much, Commissioner.
right.
Dan, real quick, Dan, are we
Yeah.
ready? I think this was slated to maybe go for public.
Not at this meeting. That'll be next round.
That's what I meant.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll
That's what
be
I meant.
before the commission for a vote next commission meeting.
Maybe. Yep. Okay. That's what I thought. That's what I was going to end with. Okay. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. I recall about an hour and a half ago, you said to keep it brief, and so I'm gonna just, I think we've,
I did say that.
yeah, I was listening to you. Anyway, I'm just gonna cut right to the chase here. We've talked about these couple of issues fairly extensively. The two issues are the night vision coyote hunting season, and then a possible extension in the raccoon season. At the last meeting, we brought forth a proposal to leave the coyote season as it currently is, with the exception of doing away with the permit itself. Commissioner Gefeller recommended that or offered that we maybe not do away with that permit and that we continue to track the permit sales and participation in that season for a bit longer. And so we went back and visited about that a little bit, and we will go ahead and take his advice, and we will so that will allow us to monitor these $2.50 night vision permit sales for a couple more years until we think that the permit sales have reached stability. So at the current time, we're proposing no change to the night vision season. And then on to the raccoon harvest season, we are proposing to move the season for raccoons and possums to year round as a result of long-term increasing population estimates, as well as recently reduced harvest and pelt prices to them. And associated with that, although the harvest season would be open year round, the trapping methods that would be allowed outside of the current fur harvesting season would be limited to cage traps and the dog-proof foot encapsulating foothold traps. So we would not be allowing body grips, snares, or foothold traps during that off-season time. So those are our recommendations at this time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions or to go into detail on how we got there if there are such questions.
Anybody have any questions?
Do you expect that it will be more the hunting type harvest from that extended season versus the trapping?
I think
is there a difference there that you expect at all?
I think that in places that they actually might make a difference, if their motive is for kind of increased nesting, that is primarily going to have to do, at least based on the legal hunting techniques, it's going to have to do with trapping. Trapping is the most effective and efficient way to manage populations of them out there. It's more effective than daytime calling or nighttime calling without lights, stuff like that, or raccoon hunting with hounds for that matter. But it remains to be seen how much of that is going to go on that's beyond just opportunistic harvest, which opportunistic harvest isn't going to make a difference for nesting and stuff.
Okay.
She said get rid of the feed, is that correct?
Well, we are not going to at this time. We had originally proposed that, but we're backing away from that now. And that is for the night vision coyote permit. So we're going to maintain that $2.50. Well, it's meant to be a free permit, but as you know, there's the $2.50. That's what allows us to track participation in that activity, as opposed to it just being absorbed into hunting license sales.
My only comment would be.
Thanks.
Do what you want, obviously, but the guys that are doing that, most of them aren't buying junk. They're spending $5,000-$6,000 for a Pulsar or for an IRA. Make it $22.50. They're gonna buy it. And they'll buy it on here because they're tech savvy.
Yeah.
Right.
Quick money.
We're not trying to pick on a specific hunting methodology or anything like that. We only did this so we could track numbers. So that it was not intended to be a money maker for us at all. It was just simply so we knew how many people were doing it And in the past 3 years, we've conducted postseason harvest surveys to estimate their harvest success and how many coyotes were taken, how many days they hunted, their general activities as well. So we needed to know who they were, and that was what allowed us to get that information. But thank you.
Yeah. You're entrepreneurial on that.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
I would prefer for this to move on. I would rather not workshop it against it. Yeah, thank you, Dan.
We'll go with that.
All right, thank you.
All right. Okay, Ryan and Stuart. Just Ryan.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the commission. Ryan Slickey, Public Lands Assistant Director. Here to talk about a couple of the changes we have to our reference document. This workshop session on the reference document, we visited this 11 times now. So I'm probably going to be asking to move this on to promulgation period or process. So I'm going to move through that real quickly. Under the section 1, access restriction. Towards the bottom there was no access into the wetland before 5 a.m. and must exit the wetland within 1 hour after sunset. We were doing that at Neosho already. And we have some managers that would like to add their properties into that regulation as well. And that would be McPherson Valley Wetlands, Slate Creek Wetlands, Byron Walker Wildlife Area, and Perry Wildlife Area Wetlands. And then under section 6 was boating, under region 1, Cheyenne Bottoms did not have any motorized watercraft permitted only during the waterfowl seasons, and we wanted to add Jamestown Wildlife Area to that one. Moving to region 2, Perry Wildlife Area, motorized watercraft permitted in wetlands only during the waterfowl seasons. And then there was another subsection to be added for Cheyenne Bottoms, which is no vessels allowed during the waterfowl seasons. We moved to subsection 12 under refuge. And this is one we've talked about from the very beginning of the presentation on the changes. And the Cherokee Lowlands area, we have 2 areas there that we'd like to move into the refuge system. And that's the Perkins East and the Bogner Center tracks. And I mentioned this before, the Perkins East is a landlocked piece that we acquired in a package deal. So there's no really public access to that property. So we have maintenance access, but we don't have any, at this time, we don't have any public access to that one. So we felt that would be a good one to move into the refuge system. The next one is under section 15, daily hunt permits. And the department is recommending adding all public land properties, state fishing lakes and wildlife areas into the electronic check-in, check-out system. And this requirement would be for hunting activities only. This would be for all department managed lands and waters, which are what I mentioned, the wildlife areas and state fishing lakes and the IWEHA properties, but would it be excluding Maxwell Wildlife Refuge, Big Basin Prairie Reserve, and all state parks. And then under section 16, daily use permits also, we changed a little bit of verbiage in there. The electronic use permits are required on the department license for all activities for Buck Creek and no wildlife area. So with that, stand for any questions.
Ready for a vote?
Okay, I'll move on.
Ryan, I guess we would be recommending move that toward the promulgation process.
You guys agree?
Chairman, I'm asking to move this to the promulgation process.
Yes, do that. Do that.
Since we visited 11 times, we discussed.
I think we have.
We presented it 12 times.
All right.
All right. I'm ready to move on to the
go for it.
A new regulation we're proposing. And it is for non-resident access into some of our department owned land properties Information and data collected from staff since 2021 Kansas waterfowl season is showing that non-residents are spending more consecutive days on public waterfowl properties, hunting in larger groups and spending more time per day on specific properties pursuing waterfowl. This has changed waterfowl behavior to the point there is growing concern that ducks specifically are not able to utilize their public wetlands sufficiently to meet their dietary, energy, and resting needs because of the human pressure that has increased in intensity. Resident waterfowl hunters are also reporting an increasing volume that this change in non-resident waterfowl hunting culture has decreased their opportunities on our department lands and waters. Staff from Public Lands and the Wildlife Division have been meeting regularly and discussing these growing issues over the past few hunting seasons. Several potential recommendations have been vetted and to continue to be discussed, but the department believes the following recommendation has the greatest potential to address the non-resident pressure issue. So for the recommendation, the department is proposing a new KAR under the 115.8 series to potentially help alleviate the above mentioned concerns. And it would state in some fashion that non-resident hunting or waterfowl hunting on Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks Department lands and waters shall be restricted to Sundays, Mondays, and Tuesdays throughout the duration of the established Kansas waterfowl season, including September teal season. Non-residents would not be allowed to hunt waterfowl on department lands and waters Wednesday through Saturday. The 3-day restriction is for the regular duck and goose seasons, but not to include the spring snow goose conservation order, which starts in February and goes through April. And we did look at some stats on that to see which hunters were utilizing that conservation order. And 38% were non-residents and 62% were residents. We've also been talking with our federal partners, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Bureau of Reclamation, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We'll be coming back to them in probably about another month with a written regulation. So it'll be after the next commission meeting, but so then in November, we'll be coming to that commission meeting with a written regulation. We'd like to give it a little bit more time for public input and for further discussions with our federal partners. So there are also a couple categories of non-residents that would be allowed to hunt as residents, and that's active military or non-resident lifetime license holders or non-resident college students when they have a valid ID to get that resident permit. And the department believes this proposed recommendation will have the least negative impact over other options that we looked at. And we looked at several different options, and one of them was Arkansas, where they had 3 slot times within their seasons, and they could buy a 5-day permit for $40. They had to be done hunt in the first section. They would only be able to hunt till noon and had to be out there by 1. And then later in the other 2 sessions, they would be allowed to hunt the whole day. We looked at those. We looked at some of the other models that those states have. And one thing we wanted to allow was the non-residents to hunt throughout the season, because, you know, they want to follow those heavy migration times. And so to not put specific dates on that, we just opened it up to where we thought if we gave them 3 days, but every week during the season, at least they'd be able to come during those heavy migration. So with that, there's one other thing that Stuart wanted me to mention, and that was that Wildlife and Parks was also planning to request the Kansas legislature to amend 32-939, which is the waterfowl stamp, and also some fees in 32-988 to establish a non-resident migratory waterfowl habitat stamp at a higher fee than a resident stamp. So with that, you have any questions?
Any questions?
Is that working? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Everybody hear me? Okay. I'm Garrett Trenum. I'm the Delta Waterfowl Regional Director for Kansas and Missouri. On behalf of Delta Waterfowl and our members, both in Kansas and across North America, we want to thank you all for the opportunity to weigh in and provide comment on the ongoing discussion and proposal centered around restricting non-resident waterfowl hunters from public lands in Kansas from Wednesday through Saturday during the waterfowl seasons. First and foremost, Delta Waterfowl recognizes the authority and appreciates the intention of the Wildlife and Parks Commission and the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks to enact regulations in an effort to create a better hunting experience for their residents. We understand the desires of Kansas residents to have a high-quality waterfowl hunting both on public and private lands, and we believe their needs should be strongly supported. While we believe this proposal was crafted with the best intentions, we feel it doesn't adequately address a number of the underlying problems that the proposal is aiming to solve, which is ensuring high-quality waterfowl hunting opportunity for residents. Kansas is a new, highly desired destination for waterfowl hunters across North America, yet routinely Kansas ranks at the bottom of states for publicly accessible hunting acres, and Kansas Department of Wildlife and Park lacks the authority and flexibility to acquire more public land for hunters to meet that growing demand. In preparation for this meeting, Delta Waterfowl surveyed our members and waterfowl hunters in Kansas and the 5 surrounding states about their hunting tendency in Kansas and their overall attitudes and opinions on the proposed regulation change. A total of 379 survey respondents provided meaningful insight into not only the proposal itself, but other concerns stemming from accessing both public and private lands in Kansas. First, it's important to note that there was not unanimous consensus among the Kansas residents we surveyed about the proposed regulation change. In fact, 1 in 3 Kansas residents that were surveyed indicated that they either opposed or were unsure about how they felt about this proposal. While a majority of Kansas hunters surveyed generally supported the proposal, many of those supporters had real concerns about the cascading impacts and unintended consequences on the ability to access private lands that this change may present. Restricting an entire user group to less than 50% of the season on public lands will likely lead to an increased demand for private land access, causing more land to be leased at higher rates in a more competitive marketplace. In addition to concerns about impacts to private land access, a large number of hunters surveyed expressed major concerns about the impact this will have on a growing guiding and outfitting community in Kansas. While guiding and outfitting on public lands is currently prohibited, this proposal will likely lead to more demand for guides and outfitters on private land that could lease up more of the available private access. In our survey, more than 87% of survey respondents indicated that they primarily freelance, i.e. not utilizing services of guides and outfitters to meet their waterfowl hunting needs. This proposal as written may in fact catalyze a series of events that will reduce opportunity on private lands for resident waterfowl hunters, which we believe is contrary to the fundamental objective of this proposal. Lastly, there were concerns communicated among those surveyed that this proposal could set off a chain reaction of additional states enacting similar regulations on their public lands. 83% of survey respondents indicated that they primarily access some combination of public lands to waterfowl hunt, either state, federal, or otherwise. So as you move forward in crafting this proposal, we respectfully ask that you take into consideration all of these potential problems and a broader suite of solutions to address the concerns of Kansas resident waterfowl hunters. Delta Waterfowl is committed to working closely with Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks staff, the Wildlife and Parks commissioners, and the waterfowl hunting community at large to find a resolution that will provide a real benefit to resident waterfowl hunters while providing non-resident waterfowl hunters access to our shared resources. In the coming weeks, we're happy to follow up directly with agency leadership and the commission with more information and data from our survey, as well as alternative potential solutions to consider as you debate and consider this proposal. We look forward to working with you and your staff and your commission in the coming weeks and months. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Mr. Chair. Yeah, Brad Love, Secretary. So appreciate your presentation. Very interested in the survey and in the conversation. So if you talk with Jake George, you're back right there. He'll help you connect with our waterfowl biologist and keep that conversation going.
Absolutely. Yeah, we hope to present that survey to you all in a place where it's publicly accessible, and we're going to get some information out to the public. That way they can look at that survey data as well. I don't know if we're going to totally release all the raw data, but we'll at least hit on some of the high points of what we saw with that survey.
And we're glad to help make that public. So
awesome. Yep.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Spoor, do you understand the regulations of Arkansas, North and South Dakota limiting non-resident waterfowl hunting?
I do. I think to the degree of your average waterfowl hunter, yes. I waterfowl hunt in Arkansas annually. A lot of that's on public ground. I've never hunted in South Dakota specifically, but I have North Dakota, which also has some non-resident restrictions.
Yeah. And which are you, is Delta not in favor of any of that, or just?
Nope. I think we've worked with all those states as these issues have come up to try to get it into a best place where it benefits, primarily resident hunters, but also waterfowl hunters as a whole. And I think what shined through with that survey data was concerns about private land access that could be impacted.
The private lands have already been deep for decades. So
Sure.
that
I was just curious. I mean, there's
Okay.
just lots of people are doing this type of thing and
Absolutely.
we've been talking about this for 3 years,
Mhm.
trying to figure out what's the best scenario and I kind of think that we got it right. I think we really got it right for what we want to do, where we only have 2% of the public lands. It's pretty tough in Kansas. You know, when you don't have all the acres, you know, our acres are limited and that's one of the reasons why we're doing what we're doing is our areas are so small. So
Absolutely. And I think
Yeah.
that's something Delta Waterfowl will be interested in helping out however we can is potentially change some of those regulations to allow the department to acquire more land to meet that demand, or to meet that demand. I'm sorry. So, yeah, I think there's a lot of,
bring it on. We're ready.
yeah, yep.
Hey,
Okay.
Garrett, I was just gonna thank you for coming.
Yes.
I believe we've been in contact with some of our staff and maybe even did a podcast from or something.
Could have been. Yep.
If you'll get with me before you leave, I'd like to get your direct contact information.
Absolutely.
For the public lands.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you all. Yep.
All right.
I have one more thing on the private and versus public property. Private is 91 or 98.1%, which leaves 1.9% that's not private. That doesn't mean we manage the 1.9%. That 1.9% is all federal. It can be state, county, township, whatever. So we are just a part of the 1.9. So.
Okay. Okay, thank you. The next two items, we have no presentation. They're some part of the perpetually workshopped. Do we need to start talking promulgation on those?
Actually, Mr. Chair, 115.2-1 has been authorized and it's past midway in the process. We've had a couple issues with language and information that we needed to correct after it went to the Attorney General's office. But it's more than halfway through the process. And 115.2-3 is camping. These are some of Linda's regs, or this is one of Linda's regs, and it is just about ready to be launched into the promulgation process because you gave your thumbs up on that one last commission meeting.
Yes.
So. So that's everything we've got in the pending category now.
Okay, well, that concludes the meeting portion. Is there Brad, is there anything we need to do for future meetings? Have we got enough of those set in advance?
Yeah.
Stuart and Sheila.
Well, no, before that, I just wanted to, Stuart Trog, Pratt, I was under the understanding there were some folks here that wanted to talk about some fishing issues. If they're still here and didn't feel like they had a chance to speak during the other public comment on non-agenda items, I know we have it listed here as next, so I just wanted to offer that up. I didn't want to exclude anybody. Or maybe they gave up and went home.
That had a general public comment.
Good. Okay.
All right.
Good enough.
I guess that's it.
No, wait.
Sheila? Yeah. go
We
ahead.
do need a January meeting, say it, so I can find a location. Please. Usually we're in that first week of January, but I'm open for whatever your desire is.
How about Sabetha or Seneca or someplace in the north central?
What's the date? That first Friday, first Thursday?
Be honest, I can't remember.
Okay, it's usually about that first Thursday, so we can go the 4th or the 11th.
Let's do the 11th.
Okay.
And we'll work on a location.
And we'll work on that area of the state.
Chairman.
Sabetha or
what
Seneca
starts with
area.
S.
That's close enough, yeah.
Yeah,
We
anything
haven't
that starts
been
with
up in
this.
that area in a long time.
We haven't.
Okay.
All right. I think that's about it. Thank you very much. An enjoyable meeting. Meeting adjourned.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna get.